I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get matched down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes,
The Imperishable Flames has returned once again.
The Imperishable Flames have returned.
Mm-hmm. It's an 8-song.
8-song
stream tonight.
Mega stream.
Yep. So we'll be here for a while. So sit back and listen.
A couple of you guys have asked me. I'm sure it's going to come up in the review at some point. The individual that did what he did a couple days ago has been apprehended, and he's unfortunately deceased. So, emotionally, it's a very strange thing because every time this happens to other people, I'm usually a wreck for a couple of days. I'm not particularly, I can't really explain emotionally why I'm the way that I am, because it usually, wrecks me. I'm in another Facebook with a bunch of Lewiston people, and everybody's looking for a husband. It's a big thing. So and so is missing. Josh is missing. Haven't heard from him. Please let me know if you've heard from him. Which obviously by that time we all know what's going on. And the problem with just Maine itself is that everybody knows everybody. So it's impossible for you not to know or be connected to somebody who died yesterday or whatever. So I can't understand, emotionally speaking, I'm not as messed up as I usually am. The only thing I can think is that because we were literally in the middle of it, like literally, like there were
Minutes away from us is where the actual event took place.
there was
7 minutes away from us, really.
yeah, when they had him cordoned off pretty close to where we were. I don't know if it's a good thing about Maine, but where we were, there were no shortage of guns. And so dudes were outside of where we were, the building that we were at, running, some sort of makeshift security. We had a pretty ragtag team. We had an ex-Green Beret. We had a ex, intelligence operator, and then we had some gangster niggas.
I was gonna say.
we had no shortage of guns, and so
Believe it or not, I looked at the crew. I said the gangster ones. I'm glad they're here. I'm glad for the Green Beret as well.
so we were out there doing some makeshift security, I think, and so I don't know. Maybe that's why I was in a certain kind of mode. I was in a certain kind of headspace all night. We were at a hotel, and the hospital obviously had to triage. And so they were sending people without life-threatening issues, and they would just send them out. They'd just kick them out and say, I don't know where you're going, but you can't be here. Which makes sense. The problem is that the suspect at the time was in a white suit. He was a white male in his 40s in a Subaru. In a white Subaru. So we're outside with the guys, and this white truck rolls up with a white dude in his 40s. So
Naturally,
dudes drew up on him immediately.
people are ready.
And so, I kind of, somebody walked up and said, yo, just put your hands on the steering wheel. What the fuck? And then, we asked him questions, and then, I saw the little hospital tag. I'm like, no, he's legit. He's really I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why'd you? He said, look, this guy was completely out of it. He was completely confused. He had a seizure. He's like, look, they're sending people out. I don't know, mm-hmm. And I said, go to the police department. They'll get you a voucher and come back. Which, we just didn't want him over there because, he fit the description. And that dude almost got hurt. That's kind of like 2 minutes later, the cops rolled up on us, and I was like, oh my God, here we go. And the cop says, you guys doing security? And one of the tall dudes said, yeah. And he looked at us, gave us a hat tip, and got back in the car and got out of there. So that was the kind of night it was. I wasn't afraid. I was angry. And you guys know my relationship with violence, so it's kind of really, really being tested. How much do you really believe that shit? One of my kids was out with their mom. And so, I went back out there to retrieve him, type of situation. And when we got back to the place, there was I think, like, I don't know. I don't know. This situation didn't make me sad. I don't know why. The crazy part is, you know, Sori was up earlier that day and she's like, yo, I'm going stir crazy. We got to go out. You know, we got to get outside. And I said, all right, what do you want to do? She said, oh, we can go bowling. We can go this. And I was like, nah, it's too big of a project to bring all the kids bowling. The first place dude hit was a fucking bowling alley. Was the bowling alley, because there's only one bowling alley. Mm-hmm. So it's just a crazy situation. And I think that's one of the things that made me so angry. I was like, yo, I could have been there, that motherfucker. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why emotionally. I don't know. I mean, I'll watch myself the next couple of days, but I just think it's probably because we were literally in the middle of the shit that.
Yeah, I mean, we just got a message like friggin' 5 minutes ago that said the person has been apprehended. Well, I mean, he's dead. I didn't read the whole thing.
You can resume hunting. Mr. Card has been found, or whatever. And I recognize the dude that did it. Like,
me too.
I don't know him, but again, it's Maine. Everybody knows dude. Like, he was in the military for 20 years. Weapons instructor. So he like the minute I saw, because they had a still photo of him. The minute I saw him, I knew like dude knew what he was doing. And when you listen to the recordings of him firing, they're extremely deliberate. I mean, obviously his weapon had automatic capabilities or whatever, but he wasn't using the burst feature. He understood where he was. He understood there was only one gateway of, basically 2 or 3 escape routes or whatnot. And so he understood he could be very deliberate with his fire. And if you listen to the sound and you listen to the spacing, this is a guy who knew exactly what he was doing. And for the life of me, somebody who joins our military for 20 years, you're putting your life on the line for this country every day for 20 years. And he turns around and he kills. Everybody he killed was like
the people he...
Americana.
Yeah.
A dad and his son died together there. They were 2 best friends who, they were just known as 2 best friends. Like, they're just mentioned together all the time, and they happened to be there. They secured their wives and kids and then rushed the dude and died together.
There was a mom that was out. She's not like 9 months pregnant. They have a little one that's only a couple years old, and she wasn't feeling good, so she left, and her husband got killed there. So now she's about to deliver that baby with this giant tragedy that just happened to her family. And it's not just the tragedy that she has to live through, but she has to live through everything, all these firsts with the baby. And that's so hard. Like, postpartum is so difficult. Like, my heart is like broken for that lady, because I've been seeing everything that's been happening in Palestine, and like just the way that people are treating each other and the reaction that some people have toward it. And then we're in the middle of this shooting in our city, and like I keep thinking, like, we escaped unscathed, like my family is still with me, and there's so many people that are mourning today. And that, like, that's been troubling me for the last couple of days is, Vinny was upset about something. I'm sure it has to do with everything that's been going on, but you were upset about some clothes, or I don't even know what. But I was just like looking at you, and I'm like, just so glad that you're here to be mad about something, upset about something, A lot of people are mourning. A lot of people have lost. And
we just recently relocated, and the first place that dude hit is literally in walking distance from where we live. Literally.
As a matter of fact, one of our kids Used to walk basically right by there to go to work.
That plaza area is where Johann used to work.
Yeah.
Like, he went there every single day.
And it happened. I heard that he went to the bowling alley and also the restaurant that was close by and
like
and stuff.
Like, if I look at the time situation, Johann has been like directly in that area when he was working. It just so happened that he recently left that job.
So crazy too, because I had said, maybe you want to get your job back for a little bit. I was like, so glad he didn't.
Yeah, he's a second shifter right there in that area.
Thanks, Dwayne. We love you too.
So anyway, I didn't want to I don't want to take up the whole thing. We're gonna celebrate with the music, but I didn't want to like pretend that nothing happened. Something major happened. We're okay. The individual that committed these crimes is now face to face with his maker, and you know, a lot of people have, you know, they know where he is and all that, and you know, I'll just say, and I feel like I could say this because I was literally in the middle of it. You know, which at one point, you know, my son was away from me, and you know, obviously I had to go out and go get him. But I do want to leave the subject, not necessarily leave the subject, but before we transition into the music, I do want to touch on that. Is what Doug Johnson is saying. The dude was in a mental health facility,
right?
And he was let go. He was on the FBI concern list. He literally went to the powers that be and self-reported that he was hearing voices that were telling him to shoot up the Saco National Guard Center. Saco is a city about 35 minutes away from here. So he did self-report that, and it obviously wasn't followed up on. This guy also had child sexual assault on his record as well. And I think he did like 2 or 3 years or something like that. Like, how you could do that to a child and be out for 3 years, like, that's another question. But the major issue is this guy self-reported that he had voices, and it obviously wasn't taken seriously. Now, why? I'm sorry, but for me, everything comes down to the budget. And it looks like that's how those decisions get made. Because I know personally, as a person who has been a resident of a psych ward, how expensive it is to keep you. Especially if you don't have Medicare. At the time, because I was a kid, off into the world by myself in a very exigent circumstance at home, I had a social worker with me in the hospital who set me up with all these social programs. So when I got out of the hospital, I was able to not go back to a bad environment. And here I am today. You know, it's I'm always looking at, you know, multiple angles of it. A lot of times with these shootings, I won't talk about, you know, any sort of pity for the shooter because I feel like it's inappropriate. But because I was in the middle of the situation myself, and there are other things that went on that night that I'm not going to talk about because it's just too dramatic and stupid. You know, some of the shit was just stupid. You know, I'm not going to get into those things. Sorry in hell know what I'm talking about. But yeah, man, in this situation, I think there was a real failure of the state, at the state level, and maybe at the national level, to react to the warnings of this guy. I'll also say, no, let me not say that. So yeah, that's just something to think about. Like, if this dude would have gotten like the serious mental help, or even just throw away the key. This you got a guy who's a weapons instructor.
Yeah. He's
for 20 plus years, who came to you and said, I'm hearing voices telling me to murder people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm assuming it's a budget thing, but whatever the reasoning was, this keeps happening where you've got dudes who have absolutely set off a bunch of red flags and it wasn't followed up on until after we're burying Americans. I don't believe that taking away guns is a solution. especially after directly. But I do believe that we could make a lot of money on the mental health side. And the fact that there isn't a concerted effort to at least make mental health a something that we have a blank check for, especially for dudes who invested all this time and life into the U.S. military.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that you should have that readily available to people as well, not just paid for monetarily, but also like if today you're saying that you need mental help, today you're getting that help. Like you don't have to wait till Monday morning to go for your assessment. Like assess people now. Like I will say though that originally if what I was reading was accurate, you know, the stuff changes as the news changes, but it did say that he originally had planned to go to like, what was that place? It was like it was a place where other people were going to have weapons, but I don't know which location he was planning to originally go to.
Oh, well, yeah, he initially said the voices told him to go to the Saco National Guard.
But my thing was, and I, you know, I'm sure I'm not the only one that's thought of this, but he said that, but then he decided not to do that. But then the voices told him to go to a bowling alley where there's going to be kids and all that shit. And he's already treated kids really badly by being a pedophile in the first place. So my thing is, he went after the innocent. He had the opportunity to go where there was going to be weapons and he could have himself a fight. But then he was able to say no to those voices and go to the other voices. I'm not discrediting the fact that the man needed mental help. I do think that he did. But I am getting very tired of people using their mental health as a reason to treat other people like shit and then say, well, they had a mental health issue. You can't do that. Get help. And say no to those voices that tell you to do shit to other people like that. Or to yourself. Go get the help. Don't stay there. Or
do it. Go to the Army National Guard and do that shit.
Right, it was the Army National Guard.
There's a student named Maliki Al-Hassan, and he went up and shot up Fort Hood. I didn't call that an act of terrorism. That's an act of war. If you're a gangster like that, go ahead. Go shoot up Fort Hood or go shoot up the Saco National Guard. But you didn't do that, bro. You went to fucking a bowling alley with a bunch of little kids, man. Like, you know, I'm not in that guy's situation. But to your point, I mean, I agree. Like that's got to be stated. Like, yeah, like he was fucked up and he heard a lot of voices and shit, but he didn't listen to the voice that told him to go to Saco. Mm-hmm. But then they didn't listen to him either. See what I'm saying? So, but you're right. You're right. The accountability piece, you're right. Like, I don't care what your mental health is, man. Like, you kill an innocent person, you kill a child, you purposely go into an area where you know there's going to be a bunch of civvies. And that's the thing, like, he knew what he was doing because he took his phone, because we can ping your phone whether or not you're whatever. Everybody knows that. So he ditched the phone,
about it.
Which, of course, he was able to outwit the local police. Just say it that way. I'll say it because not everybody here is from Lewiston, so I'm not going to destabilize anybody. But it was clear to me that our folks thought this is Maine. Nobody would ever do this to Maine, and so because of that, we were 10 steps behind, and that's why this dude, this dude like had him, like there were so many things that I was looking at. I was like, oh my god, I was calling my brother. I'm like, yo. He's like, yeah, man, like, do your best. There's, you know, like, so. Anyway, guys, that's where we're at. You know, the nightmare is over for our city, at least. It's a tough pill to swallow, man. It's a tough pill to swallow.
And it's every time you go into Facebook, it's just, you know, more people RIPing family members and it's just and the thing is too, like it didn't seem like, well, maybe I'm just focused on the faces that are around our age, but I felt like I saw a lot of dads. Just a lot of dads that and you know, if it's gonna happen, those are the people it's supposed to happen to. If I was at the alley, like, I'm supposed to die, not my kids. So those fathers did what they needed to do. So
You know, it's like we used to say, there's no pity for winners. So they did what they were supposed to do as parents. And, you know, that was your day. And they went out with honor, and I respect them for it.
Yeah, I've like a weird reaction to these situations this time, because like I don't feel bad for the people that died, because I'm like, okay, well they're somewhere else, but I do really feel bad for their families. I feel really bad for the people who have to go on without them and because it's hard to separate like what happened to somebody. Like it's almost like you keep making them relive that moment. They're not reliving that moment. They're passed on, and they're on to somewhere else. But this person that's still here is going to keep reliving it. But it's I was talking to somebody today, and they were saying that the wife she woke up, obviously, and when she woke up, it was like, you know, all the reality just comes back to you in like a flood, and she's having such a hard time to process that her husband is no longer with her. Oh my God.
And you know, I'll say this before we go on, like, the fear that the city was feeling when I was driving around and like looking in people's faces, even the faces of law enforcement, there was terror. They were terrified. And I just said, like, look, man, this is what the Gazans are feeling right now.
I know.
Times a million.
I thought the same thing.
When I was driving out there, all I saw was police cars, especially around the hospitals, surrounded with police, FBI, SWAT teams. You had like 4 layers of security in that hospital. And like all of the power of the state was deployed for our city. And I just thought to myself, what if all of the power of the state was deployed to attack us? Not only one shooter, but bombs and people who train for 8 hours a day to attack. And so to me, it's like right in the middle of all of that shit, I'm like, I don't believe that my kids are going to die tonight. You know, people were messaging me, and I said, pray for the shooter, because if that motherfucker comes anywhere around here, he's going to die. I wasn't afraid at all. But I thought to myself, like, it's easy to be tough because you got dudes everywhere who have guns, and it's one guy, and you feel like, yeah, like, I could get this ragtag group of people to get an L-shaped ambush on this motherfucker. Whatever. Like, it's one guy, and he completely, like, shut down the entire city and terrified people. And yet, it's like, there's no arithmetic that a Gazan father can do to make it so that he believes that his kids are going to make it home tonight or survive the night. Mm-hmm. You had a bunch of people hanging out in a church who just got vaporized. This guy's entire family, 27 people, evaporated. So for me, it's like, you know, as human beings, obviously, and Westerners, we tend to prioritize ourselves and prioritize our suffering. But I'm not worth more than a Gazan father, and my kids aren't worth more than Gazan kids. And so I was just talking to the Lord and saying, I was saying, protect my kids, protect my wife, but I said, I'm not mad at you for today. I said, this is what we've done to people all over the world. The fear that we're feeling is like, it's what's been done to people all over the world. And so for me, it's like, feeling fear and self-preservation and the preservation of your loved ones is a valid feeling. But to take that moment, that precious moment when you're like, oh my God, like I could lose everybody, and try to extend that to other human beings and say, man, they're in the same situation. This is not about like demonizing Israelis or pedestalizing Gazan or Palestinians. It's just a matter of saying, we're not the only ones that bad things are happening to. And we're not the only ones that are worried about the lives of our children. Go ahead.
I think the other thing too that I realized is that most American families have like 1.5 kids, and I'm here with my 7 kids, and I'm like, there's so many of them, I can't put my body over 7 kids. And that was what really was making me think also about the parents that are in Gaza. Like, you can't protect your kids. And that feeling is, you know, I thought to myself, if I have to get to our vehicle really fast, I tried to put certain older kids with certain younger kids that I felt could handle their body size the best, that could make us move the most quickly. And I had that stuff figured out, like, in my mind, how we were going to move it. I told them who was going to take who. But it was such a crazy thing because I was like, I have a vehicle that I can run to, and I also have another safe location that I can go to. And these people are stuck there. And I thought, maybe part of the reason why some people are so lackadaisical or feeling for those people is because they don't have a bunch of kids. So maybe you don't realize like what that would be like to try to protect your kids and seeing them just getting picked off by these bombs and different things happening. And you know, people like, your Facebook is filled with the people from our hometown that are broken. And it's also full of people that are completely disconnected from the situation. So they're like, yeah, I'm out having a burger, what? And then you're like, my so-and-so lost their husband, blah, 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 blah. It's just like, to see those things stacked on Facebook is like, I guess that's why the Bible says to weep with those who weep. Because...
Yeah, that's the same thing I was thinking. I was thinking if we were in that bowling alley with all these kids we had, man, that would have been...
I know that bowling alley. It's nearly impossible to get out if you're on the one side.
Guys were running into the machine, like the pin machine. They ran into the thing to get away from this dude.
The guy, I guess there was a bowling instructor that had been there for like forever, and he would teach the kids, and he would just talk nonstop about bowling to people. I think, even the write-up, they were being nice, but I think he was one of those people that just talked too much about it. But now they're like looking back at it like endearingly, and I guess he was the one that like stayed out to get the kids into the end where the pins go, the bowling pins. He
got hit up in his legs and shit. It's the one that survived?
No, I don't think this one.
Or is that Bob Violet?
I think it was him.
Yeah, that's Bob Violet. Yeah, he died.
Yeah, Bob Violet, I think so.
He died. And the other guy took like 4 rounds to his legs and upper thigh and shit.
Yeah.
Protecting these kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will say there were a bunch of kids there. One child died in that thing.
He looked like he was like 10.
Yeah. And he died with his dad. I'm assuming the dad was shielding him and, whatever. So, yeah, it's a terrible situation. Pray for our city. But try to remember that what made national news is happening to the Gazan people times 30, and it's just a regular day. I don't want to politicize anything, but I do want to say what those people are enduring is orders of magnitude worse than that night that we had. And I was in the middle of it. I was really in the middle of it. And it's not even close. I would do 500 nights like that without breaking a sweat. Sori was there. Like, I wasn't afraid at all. But I endured it. And I was out there because I had to get my kid. You guys know me, I ain't no hero. But my point in saying that is to say what those people are enduring right now is worse than what we went through collectively. Because we knew the police were on the way. And I knew when I saw the cops, I'm like, okay, SWAT is definitely on the way. And when I called up a family member who's part of the, federal law enforcement organization, I knew they were on the way. So imagine this shit happening and nobody's on the way. There's nobody. That's what the Gazans are enduring. That's all I'm saying. Okay? I don't want to, a Gazan life and a Lewiston life are equal in the eyes of God. and should be in our eyes. But as our friends were dying over here, dozens and dozens of people were dying over there at the same time. And our friends have been mourned for in the entire nation has put out Lewis and Strong. You got baseball teams, football teams, all that shouting us out. The Red Sox, you know, all that.
That's nice.
Just let's not forget. There's other people that are terrified. There's other dads that are terrified. There's moms that are heartbroken. There's kids that literally do not know if they're going to make it through the night. So there you go. All right, guys. Enough of that. It's time for the freaking metal. We've got the Imperishable Flames here, and guys,
Wait.
Go ahead.
No, I just thought of something that we can do for that mom. Maybe remember when we got our Duna car seat that
Yeah.
like that everybody got us?
Yeah.
Like maybe that would be a way we could help her because she's gonna have to carry that baby everywhere. She gets out in the car, it'd be easier. She had a stroller. Anyway, can you just like, I don't know. I need a couple of minutes before I can like come back and go
I understand.
into the stream. So I don't know if we could put a commercial break or something.
Yep. Or I could talk to people.
Well,
Wait.
I need
No,
you.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at ensori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin And Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. It shall lead them
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We have returned. Shout out to Revo. Shout out to all the beautiful people that are in the crew. We are in the Imperishable Flame Streams.
Yes.
I know. Working on our audio. Let me know if there's what do you call it? Echo. All right. Song numero uno. It is Friday, the 27th of October. Here we go.
So, you have to put the little screen cap thing there.
What screen cap thing?
It's I screenshot it.
the imperishable flames. The flame
what did
itself.
Say Boris this? What is it called? The what?
I don't know what it's called. Middle Earth. What is this?
It's going to
this
say it in the email.
Circle of light called the Oberus. I think it's
Yeah,
something.
something like
I forgot what it is, but it's cool, and it's the logo of this band.
Oh.
I mean of this alliance. It's the logo of the
I was
alliance.
like, which
Sorry.
band?
The Imperishable Flame Streams.
Okay.
dear
All right.
listeners.
All right.
Okay.
So they said right here the how do you pronounce it?
This is the Ouroboros, which is the stream symbol. I don't know. Ouroboros, yeah.
The Imperishable Flame Streams returns with another stacked card with something for.
Sorry, apologies.
I'm just gonna let you read it.
With something for everybody, something for everyone to love or hate. Thank you, Vin and Sori, for some late Friday night fun, entertainment, and enlightenment.
First song up is from Negative Vibes. Aesop Rock, please don't click on anything. By the River is the name of the song. As for a comment, Negative says, Aesop Rock has a new album coming out in a couple of weeks. This one is one of the lead singles hot off the presses. The song is titled By the River and is another great example of Aesop's ability to blend an interesting surface level with a much deeper idea.
Okay, let's do it. Song
Like
number
a River? Is that what the name of it was?
Like a River is the name of the song. The name of the performer or the artist is Aesop Rock. The name of the channel is Vin and Sori, dear listener. Get up on it.
Yeah.
Having said that, let's go. Song number 1, By the River, Aesop Rock. Let's do it.
rivers, I like rivers. Sailboats, fishermen, skinny dipping swimmers. Kids turning rocks over, catching little critters. Eagle in a pine tree, eyeballing dinner. My uncle used to cut school to hit the Susquehanna. Kept himself a rod and really hit up in a bramble. The school took attendance, it was quiet as a mouse. He was at the river pulling out a giant by its mouth. A river in the daylight is energy and life. A river in the dark can be a genuine surprise. You might find some lovers getting cozy on a shore over cold-blooded psychopath disposing of a corpse. Sitting by the Hudson River talking to a ghost. I wish that we could rock a beat and smoke another tones. I miss the way you rhyme and how you never had a clone. Ain't a motherfucker living that could like rivers. I like rivers. Freight ships bridges. It looks so cool when you catch it from a distance. A little less cool when you're stuck inside your Civic. I wonder what could possibly be lurking on the bottom. I look into the water and imagine all the options. A fish we never knew about, some rusty old jalopy. The murder weapon used to catch the 8th dimension body. I seen a beaver chilling by the bank of the Willamette. We gazed upon each other undeniably enchanted. A wave of telepathic information through the filter. It said, when I go to heaven, I want you to have the river. He also said the others had agreed that I was chosen. Just don't mention it in front of them. It's gloating, it's for no one. I'm pretty sure you don't have the authority to say this, but thank you, I accept. I'll have my lawyer draft the papers. I like rivers, I like rivers. Hard to put a price on water for the village. I jumped into the Amazon to launder all my atoms. The chow prior had me spilling coffee on the captain. My heart is in the East River, floating on a frisbee that came in from the Long Island Sound, a sojourn in a city. It's not the kind of water where you throw a triple Lindy. If you get some on your skin, they probably notify your siblings. I picture a scenario where someone's held me captive. An escape would mean to build a raft and navigate some rapids. I wonder if my training from the school of TV magic would beget some makeshift watercraft that may go for Damascus. In practice, I have no desire to get into the water. I like to know it's there in the event I ever wanna. Waterfalls, tributaries, Lichtenberg figures, twilight fireflies. I like rivers.
Interesting. Aesop rock. I like
Interesting
rivers.
mix.
That
Because
was
it was like rap,
was
but there was like
fascinating.
jazz, and then it was the rap cadence like off a little bit?
I don't know. He did a really good job with it as far as his cadence go. For sure. The dopey hook. I like rivers. Sounds like the Turtles kid. I don't know who the Turtles kid is, but it's probably true. I really liked this song. It was brilliant. It was brilliant the way he just jumped on one subject and rode that shit. Shout out. I really like this dude. I think the ghost he's referring to is either MF Doom or Kanu Tao, the friend of his who died from cancer.
Okay, so what was it?
Yeah, because MF Doom was like the king of that whole, I think, that little subculture, I think.
Okay. Yeah, MF Doom. I agree. I thought that he had something to do with these people too.
What's the difference between a river and a creek? Saber Wolf.
That was such a cute question.
No, well, what's the difference?
Well, a creek is really small. Like it's a running water, but it's like really small. Like you can put your feet and ankles into it. It's like smaller, and it can be a little bit bigger, but it's not like a river. A
creek is like a mini river.
I'm sure that there's probably
You're
like
so funny.
yeah. It was so cute. It was so cute.
Silly Negro who knows nothing of nature.
It was so cute.
I'm gonna Google that shit. It's probably like
yeah. It's probably more. There's probably more details than that. But every time we saw a creek, they were always small. Rivers were always big. So.
Shout out to Dawson's Creek. It's my favorite show.
Look,
back in the
Lamby
day.
says it's size as well.
Size. All right. My uncle used to cut school to hit the Saskatchewan. That's a river. Kept himself a rod and a reel heat up in the bramble. The school took attendance. It was quiet as a mouse. He was at the river pulling out a giant by its mouth. So that's his uncle used to cut school because he wanted to go fishing. Mm-hmm. So he was quiet as a mouse because he wasn't there when they were doing roll call, but he was out there bringing that, pulling out a giant by its mouth. Uh-huh. Because, they were like, I got a fish. It was like this big. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. A river in the daylight is energy and life. A river in the dark can be a genuine surprise. You might find some lovers getting cozy on the shore or a cold-blooded psychopath disposing of a corpse.
Oh my gosh.
Vin is Team Pacey confirmed. No, I was Team Dawson. I was extremely disappointed with.
Wait, don't say anything because that's a spoiler. I believe that's a spoiler. Is that for
okay.
Dawson's Creek?
Huh?
Is that for Dawson's Creek?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that show. I've never watched it.
I didn't imagine that you were going to watch that show, especially when they went to college. It just went off. It wasn't the same.
Yeah,
show.
but you know how I watch boring stuff.
Yeah.
So even if it gets a little whatever.
That's a pretty crazy line. A river in the daylight is energy and life. A river in the dark can be a genuine surprise. What's interesting about that is he made energy and life and genuine surprise sound like they rhymed. He accented it. So that's one of the. I always give rappers like extra credit when they make rhymes off of accenting, because I always feel like that's a next level. A river in the daylight is energy and life. A river in the dark can be a genuine surprise. You might find some lovers getting cozy on the shore, or a cold-blooded psychopath disposing of a corpse. That's just brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant line.
Yeah.
And it's so true. It's like we take these night drives. Like we went down to visit an area, scoping out some places. And like we would do these night drives because you guys know we're up to like 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and like we'd see these like random like cars and shit by bodies of water.
Yeah, it's true.
Where
it's so true because there was even one spot. Remember the person like took something out? I was like, do you think that they're gonna drag a body out of there? I was like, my Netflix ass is like looking at this thinking, okay, there's some documentary true crime going on here. The guy was just going to the. It didn't matter. Like if the bag was big that he brought out of the trunk, I was gonna say it was a body. If it was a part, I'd be like, yo, he cut that person up. Wow, dude.
Yeah, like.
Oh, I didn't realize that the whole thing.
But it is an interesting thing, like. And again, it's a brilliant way because he starts it off where it says, "A river in the daylight is energy and life," but then he ends that stanza talking about a psychopath disposing of a corpse. So it's ironic.
Yeah. This part was sad. Sitting by the Hudson River, talking to a ghost. I wish that we could rock a beat and smoke it.
Smoking Ella Tones. So I miss the way you rhyme and how you never had a clone. Ain't a motherfucker that could ever crack the code. Yeah, I think he's talking about MF Doom there. Like, they used to sit down, smoke some weed together, talk about shit.
Rhyme together.
Rap together.
Yeah.
And now he's gone. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the river kind of takes you there. Takes him there, apparently. Freight ships passing through old drawbridge. It looks so cool when you catch it from a distance. A little less cool when you're stuck inside your Civic. Yeah.
That's funny.
It's just so it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Like you're taking a really simple topic, but there's so many different angles to it, you know, in the human experience. I wonder what could possibly be lurking at the bottom. I looked at the water and imagined all the options. A fish we never knew about, some rusty old jalopy, the murder weapon used to catch the aforementioned body.
Babe, do you do that when you look at bodies, when you look at water?
Remember he was talking about disposing of
the corpse? Yeah, I
know, no.
You don't?
Not at all. Not at all.
Legit, if I'm in the water and it's dark, I'm always afraid a body is going to like float over and bump into me. I don't know why I feel that way, but that is something that always worries me.
Never.
So, and I do think, especially when I look, it was weird because when they were looking for the shooter, they drained the canal, which is what they usually do when something's really up. But like, they're always looking for weapons or whatever that could be thrown in that canal. Yeah, that's
I seen a beaver chilling by the bank of the Willamette. We gazed upon each other, undeniably enchanted. A wave of telepathic information through the filter. It said, "When I go to heaven, I want you to have the river." So the beaver was talking to him and said, "When I die, you can have the river." Mm-hmm. Like it's just really. He also said the others had agreed that I was chosen. Just don't mention in front of them, as gloating is for no one. I'm pretty sure you don't have the authority to say this, but thank you, I accept. I'll have my lawyer draft the papers.
Okay, I saw the lawyer drafting the papers, but I didn't know what it was about. Okay.
Yeah, it's about like,
it was a deal he made
beaver,
with the beaver.
No, the beaver just said you can have it when you get to heaven, just don't brag about it. It's like, yeah, sure, I'll have the lawyers draft the papers.
I thought the beaver was saying, look, when I die, you can have it.
That's what he's saying.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But he's saying, like, you don't really have the authority to like, give me this river, but sure. Like, I really, really like the song. This is a 9.5 for me.
This one's a 7 for me. Like, I think his rhyme scheme was was interesting in what he did with it. But I think I wasn't feeling the vibe.
What?
Yeah, it felt a little. Yeah, I just couldn't get on it.
But you enjoyed the lyrics so much.
Well, that was because when we were talking about it, that's why I gave it a 7 point. What I give it a 7.9?
I didn't even hear you give it that terrible ass number.
Yeah, 7.9. But it was not like when I like rap. I like aggressive sounding rap. This one sounded too chill.
I did keeping the mindset of wonder he's got, like just looking at a river, thinking, yeah,
has
I
the
bet
potential
there's
for so
something
much.
cool in there. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you know, like an artist's artist. Like they get inspired from shit that all of us just. Oh, it's a river.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of shit that goes down in and by a river, apparently.
When I first found out about a metal detector, I thought that stuff was like friggin', we are gonna get rich, dude. We took that thing down to because when we were talking about what you would see looking at the river and thinking what could be in there. Like when we got the metal detector and we could dig underneath that sand, I was like, oh my word, people, we're gonna find diamond rings. We're gonna find. You know what? We found a bunch of paint can covers. So when he said in there, like, there could be something rusty in the bottom of there, it could be a fish we haven't discovered, like, I used to think stuff like that, too. It's cute.
That's how I'll give it a 9.2 for me.
9.2? Well, there you have it. We'll be right back.
Like, share, comment, and subscribe, Muslims, or else you're going to see the commercial 8 times. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at ensori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
They do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin And Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. Buy our merch indeed, and a child shall lead them to buy our merch. All right, we are at song number 2 on our Imperishable Flame Stream. Vinny is coming right over as we speak, and I am about to read you guys the title of song number 2. So, after next song is also another song by Negative Vibes called Logic, is the name of the band, and Under Pressure is the name of the song. The song comments from our DJ is, it's
Pretty
possible...
sure Logic is a rapper.
Oh. We got to cut it at 9:20, okay, just so you see that. It's possible you've heard this rapper Logic before. He's pretty well known in most circles. From Rockville, Maryland, Logic grew up steeped in the culture and as such, you'll hear a broad spectrum of stylistic influences. You'll hear everything from Eminem to A Tribe Called Quest. You familiar?
Yeah.
Reflected in his deliveries. This song is one of my favorites. It's the title track of his first full-length album, Under Pressure.
Tribe Called Quest, man, like classic. Explain that group to you. But I actually think you'd like them. Actually, well, Tribe Called Quest. I think you'd really like them as a group. Like it's like mega chill, epitome of '90s rap. Like it was the epitome of '90s rap in the streets in a cold December day.
Cold December?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's Tribe Called Quest. All right, guys, here we go. Song numero dos, Logic, Under Pressure. Let's do it.
Work so fucking much, my greatest fear is I'ma die alone. Every diamond in my chain, yeah, that's a milestone. People calling me, asking me for money, man. The only thing I'ma give you motherfuckers is a dial tone. Flashbacks of a youngin' sipping that purple Kool-Aid, skipping school with my homies and chief and reefer for 2 days. Running from the law, living how I'm living, fuck 'em all. Bumping 666, Hennessy in my cup, driving through the sticks. Who the bitch riding with me, man? The devil trying to get me motivated, undereducated and hated, but finally getting cake like a happy belated. Bitch, I made it, we on. Buy it, break it, roll it, light it, smoke it, inhale it, write it, record it, mix it, master it, press it up, unveil it. Feel like I've been waiting forever to inherit. This is war, I declare it. Time is money, I can't spare it. Futuristic, so simplistic. Please decipher my linguistics. Slow it down, Robitussin. I'm the king, ain't no discussion. And now we blowing up like spontaneous human combustion. My consumption is the illest. Section 8, I know you feel it's on the come up. Where they run up on you for nothing at all. Brighter than 11 suns. It's the first, where my funds. EBT has the card. I thank God, but it's hard. But it's hard. Work so fucking much, my greatest fear is I'ma die alone. Every diamond in my chain, yeah, that's a milestone. People calling me, asking me for money, man. The only thing I'ma give you motherfuckers is a dial tone. Goddamn, we at it again. Me and my homies that know me, blowing up like the Taliban. Yeah, my stress up, but I'm blessed up. Fuck around and get messed up. When I murder the rhyme, I'm living divine. You know that I'm one of a kind, let me get it right now, ho. Draped up and I'm dripped out, right now, ho. Caked up till I cash out, and I got all my wondering how. So, on the down low, haters drown slow. On the down low, haters drown slow. Oh God, my God, we got it all right. Oh God, my God, we gotta get it right. These fuckers for size, they just a mirage, right? I said these fuckers for size, they just a mirage, right? Tell me that they love me, know damn well that they don't give a fuck. I be on that finger flipping, killer shit up in the cut. That's what's up. All these bitches out here trying to gas it up. This is everything I ever wanted, I can't pass it up. Life changed in a year, couldn't happen fast enough. Can I do it like you do it? That's what they be asking us. White bands, black card, bitch, better get your plastic up. Man, this shit is hella hard, but we never acting up. Live it up, hold on to your dream, don't ever give it up. Finally have my share of success and shit, I can't get enough. Now they know my name through the nation, cause my single like that good shit, man, always in rotation. That ain't no logic for logic, not through my affiliations. Stacking profit on profit from this music I'm making. Even Jesus had haters, so when you feeling forsaken, tell him jealous Judas is who this is. And man, that'll break him, and bitch, I'm still the same. Dash your order too, so y'all can feel the pain. Broke as fuck back in that basement, not $1 to my name. Chasing fame, chasing glory, till the day we make a story. Positive that life ain't mine, bitch, you can take that shit to more. Work so fucking much, my greatest fear is I'ma die alone. Every diamond in my chain, yeah, that's a milestone. People calling me, asking me for money, man. The only thing I'ma give you motherfuckers is a dial tone.
I'm so glad he put that in there.
The dial tone?
Yeah. Okay.
Hello. No one is available to take your call.
I've been working hard, I've been searching for God. I've been working hard, I've been searching for God.
Please leave a message after the tone.
Little brother, this is your sister, you're busy, I get you, but I insist you call me back cause I miss you. I wish you well, I wish you would call. Cause lately you feel like I'm just not your sister at all. I'm sorry for calling and balling, I'm all in and I feel like I'm falling lately. You feel like my children hate me, you tell me I'm beautiful, and yet no man wanna date me. Haunted by vivid memories of the man who raped me, and lately I feel more and more like mommy. I know I'm me, but still, you always seem to pick up the phone and somehow I feel better. But you've been answering me lesser and lesser, so I've resorted to the pills in my dresser, I'm gone. And as for Drake, bro, no, he left and he ain't coming back. I hate him, and if I see him, I swear I tell him that. No longer cooking crack in my kitchen, cutting and selling that. He broke my heart, that relationship been to hell and back. I've been working hard, I've been searching for God. I can feel the devil around me as they all applaud. Promise you won't forget me, that you'll always be with me. And even when you're gone, I can call whenever he hit me under pressure. I've been feeling under pressure. Hey son, this is your father, don't mean to bother. How are you? Heard you were in town, but I never saw you. Tried to call you, where are you? In Paris? What a beautiful destination in Paris, right by the Eiffel. Come now, please don't be spiteful of all my small talk. I think we're overdue a long talk. When I see kids around the way, I say how I'm your dad. It gets me thinking about incredible moments we've had. And on the real, I'm trying so hard not to bug you. But do you think you can stop rapping about my drug use? I'm 2 years clean, no longer a fiend. Yeah, I'm 57, but I feel 19. And I love you, I swear. Bobby, I know you're there. And when the time is right, I know that you gon' take care of anything I need, of your family. Can I have some tickets to your next show? Will you stand with me? Can I have some money for my new honey? That's hella fine. I forgot to mention I got divorced from your stepmom. My mind going crazy, but I still look hella calm. Maybe you could tell. I've been feeling under pressure.
Hey, what's up, bro? Ain't what much, man. Just calling, seeing what's going on. I know you're busy. Dad hit me up. It's his birthday today, but I know you know that. Yeah, you can call him, man. He's trying to introduce me to his new chick and stuff, man. I don't know how to handle it. I don't want to tell him, like, nah, I ain't trying to meet her off top, you know? What you think I should do? Text me? I know you're busy, dog. But he been calling me saying he want to come down, he want to bring his new chick. And Brenda's like, man, he really trying to rock out with his new chick because, you know, we all fuck with Debbie. But I don't know how to tell him and shit, so just hit me back whenever you got some time, man. More shit on your plate, you ain't gotta hit me, dog, but if you do, I appreciate it. Hit me back, love you, do your thing. Swag, rap pack all day, boy. Alright, nigga, hit me.
Yeah. Dear family, I'm so sorry that I've been distant. Everything changed in an instant. My time has been inconsistent. I know that you've been insistent. I know that birthday I missed it. I swore I told my assistant, but I guess my mind is in another place. Thoughts off in another world. I started seeing another girl, it fell through, man, what a world. But I'm so focused on my craft, on employing my staff. Such a perfectionist, I can't even finish this draft. This letter to the ones I love, the ones that I miss. Brothers and sisters that hit me up just to reminisce. Meanwhile, people outside of my blood asking for favors. I don't owe you a fucking thing, you best switch your behavior. Truly remarkable how I barely know you, but somehow owe you when you don't even know about this shit I go through. We ain't spoken in a while. Tell me, sister, how your child? Come now, girl, give me a smile. Come on, girl, don't do me foul. Sorry I ain't called before, but I'm calling you right now. I heard you was popping E, stop resorting to the vow. How my mama, how she doing? Does she know what I'm pursuing? I ain't talked to her in years, that relationship she ruined. But sometimes I wake up and wonder just what the fuck I'm doing. They say family is everything, I swear that shit the truth. I should spend it all with y'all, but I spend it in the booth. This is everything I love, this is everything I need. Never sacrifice this feeling even though my heart it bleed. This is everything I love, everything I need. Never sacrifice this feeling even though my heart bleed. Under pressure. I've been feeling under pressure.
Hey, son, I'm sorry I missed your call today, but I was in an AA meeting. A friend of mine was celebrating 40 years, so I couldn't get to you right then. And then when I did call you, you weren't able to answer or what have you. Just wondering how things are going. Deb and I aren't together anymore. Living on my own, you know. Anyway, the whole family, even the family that you don't know, my sisters and your aunt that you never met. I was very proud of you, and your cousins just love you too. Anyway, son, I love you. I just want you to know that, and just keep grinding, you know. And yeah, I don't want to hear you join the Illuminati, but then I got to tell you. I love you, son. Bye.
He said, don't let me hear that you joined the Illuminati, because then I gotta kill you.
No.
Yo, this song was deep, man. This is what they call that in class. Role conflict is what they call it. Role conflict, where you get pulled in all these different directions based on the role you have, and then the older you get, the more roles that you engage in, the
harder it gets
the harder it gets
to place yourself between them and not feel like you're losing yourself in them.
Yeah. Like, I'd start with the end of the song, like, where he basically says, yeah, like, my pursuit of my career has made it so that, you know, all these other relationships have suffered, but I'll sacrifice everything for the feeling that I get by engaging in my career. And so I thought that was a very self-aware, you know, in response to this role conflict that he's in. Because it's like his family like is asking him, like, they don't understand that he's got this new role, and now this new role is consuming all of his time.
Yeah.
They don't understand, like, yeah, it's difficult. And people in your family, you know, it's not that they're doing anything wrong. It's just they're in completely different spaces, and they don't know, like, the type of work it takes to be where he is. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are things that as I have gotten older, I'm like, well, I think I probably, you know, as far as like time schedules or how much time people spend with you versus how much time they spend at work, like if it's your parents or whatever.
Right.
There are things that as you age, you realize, oh, well, you know, they did have to work. You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah, but right, but to be a successful rapper, like,
that must take up so much time.
It's your life.
Yeah.
Like, that's, you know, and if you want to be good, especially the type of rapper this guy is, like, this guy is the type of rapper where, you know, he takes a long time just on the craft. Like, a lot of, and again, I'm not going to be the guy that says the new school rap is, there are different emphases in new school rap, okay. Than from the rap that I came up with. Like, this guy is more like has a 90s mindset about rap, where it's like it's got to have good punchlines, it's got to have a good rhyme scheme, you know, the off stuff has to fit perfectly. Like, he's got a certain kind of mindset like that. I reckon Eminem has that kind of mindset. Eminem's probably the best mainstream rapper with that mindset that this guy does. But what happens with rappers like that is, like, even when they're not working, they're constantly working. Like, you know how, like, we'll be playing something and, like, it's one thing and it's good, but then when we go to, like, the 40th iteration of the song, like, all these other things have been added on it, and it's like, this thing that we thought was that section was really just the foundation for something. Like, that's how those rappers are. Like, this, I gotta give Negative some serious credit here.
You go Negative. I
Negative,
like this one
you're
a lot
like
too.
legitimately a hip hop fan now. Like, you legitimately are a hip hop fan. Like, let this day be the day. I'm very impressed with Logic, but I think I'm more impressed with you know, bear with my condescension, my European friend. It's like, oh my god, this white guy, he actually really likes rap. Like, so racist. Anyway, here's the applause. You can't even hear it. It's like Black History Month. You make the shortest month of the fucking year. Oh, let me try to do good. Here's the. Hey, there's the applause. You racist motherfucker. Yeah. So, like, I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that song, and like how real he was about the role conflict he was having. Where his sister, because he wasn't there for her, apparently she had a suicide attempt with the pills, and then, like, later we discover she's addicted to ecstasy, which is a pretty good line when he says, "Don't resort to the vow." This is you're stuck on E, which is ecstasy. Don't resort to a vowel because E is a vowel.
Oh, a vowel. Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, it's just really cool.
Yeah.
So, like, that was crazy, like, that whole part, because you could tell he kind of blames himself for not being there for his sister like he used to be, you know, especially considering what she went through. She endured a sexual assault, etc., etc. And so, obviously, that's not his fault. but his inability to be there for his sister, which resulted in this then suicide attempt, is something that he has to reconcile within himself. How do I deal with that? You know, and obviously anybody who's ever had that in their life, or even had a person who threatened suicide, like you end up really asking yourself those questions, like, yo, what did I do wrong? That type of thing. So that was a crazy one. And then his relationship to his father was incredible, because his dad, you know, he was in rehab and he's out.
And he's asking him for money. The dad is asking the kid for money, right?
Yeah, he kind of falls into asking for money.
Yeah.
But it's kind of one of those things where, like, the dad doesn't have a lot of self-awareness, because it's, you know what happens with addicts, you know, with the psychobabble, and like, they believe, and it's hard to say this because it's true, like, for them, overcoming their addiction is like the biggest thing in the world. And
yeah,
one of the hard things that they have to realize is that that's not something your loved ones are ever going to give you credit for.
Because you hurt them so much.
Because you've hurt them so much that in reality they're looking at it like,
wow,
okay, you're at zero.
Yeah.
You're at zero. Like, you're a neutral. You have a neutral effect now, whereas before you were at -10.
Yeah.
But from the addict's perspective, they went from 0 to 500.
Yep.
Because they know how much it took to get there.
Yep.
But all the people that you've hurt are going to be like, yeah, man, but you did X, Y, and Z. You know, you promised to pick me up for my tryout, and then I didn't make the team because I was late because of you. And then this happened, and you know, there's so many things. You know, the police. You know, your name was plastered all over the local paper because you hit a old lady crossing the street and she's in critical fucking condition. So I went to school. Everybody was like, yo, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not that they don't care that you've, like, recovered, but it's not the celebration to them that it is to you.
Right.
And like, the good programs and sponsors like will prepare you for that kind of response.
When you talk to people that have, like, gone through that process of addiction, it always makes it sound like they didn't, like, when they were in it, 5 years or 10 years or 20 years didn't feel like that amount of time. Like, almost like using the drugs or using the things that they were using, like, kind of got them off of time. So they were like, I did that for 5 years. I did that for 15 years. Like, I remember as a kid hearing people talk about that, and I'd be like, how do you do something bad for 15 years? Like, how the fuck does that happen? You know, now and I'm like, okay, I mean, my guess is just that the way some of those chemicals affected them, that you're not feeling the effects of the 5 years, but then when you sober up, you're like, holy shit, 5 years?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. But so I really enjoyed that part, because the dad was like, and then, like, the dad had broken up with the stepmom, and they loved the stepmom. So he's not a fan of your new girlfriend, bro. Like, you see what I'm saying? And he's like, I don't know how to have this discussion with that. Because there was a brother that was calling. I don't know if he was talking to his brother or his brother was talking to him. But either way, it looked like they shared the same concern, which was, yo, I don't want any parts of this, Dad. Like, I don't want your new, you know, whatever. But again, he's a recovering addict, so to him it's like, hey, it's this new thing going on in my life. Like,
I sobered up. I'm in a new relationship.
Yeah, like, and they feel they should be celebrated for that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And, like, there is a sense in which they should be, you know, somehow celebrated. But
yeah, I'm sure that they're going to get celebrated.
There's
by
also a sense, though, in which, you know,
there's going to be some people that are going to celebrate. There's also going to be the people that are going to be like, yo.
Yeah.
Now you owe us an apology and stuff. You've been putting us through this for so long.
Well, and a lot of those people resent the celebratory mood that addicts have when they're really crossing those milestones. They resent it because they're like, great for you, but again, there's all this fucking carnage back here. Like, what are you talking? Just to be normal? Because you got to understand, like, the people that are victimized by the addict, they're just going through normal life. They don't get to escape in a drunken stupor because they're not alcoholics.
Right.
So to them, they're like, why should I celebrate that you have to live normal like the rest of us? Like, where's this for what? See what I'm saying? So they end up resenting all the attention and the applause and all that stuff that the person gets. Like, so it's
wow, what a crazy thing.
Yeah, like, yeah, it doesn't mean your family doesn't love you. It just means that they're human, and there's still a lot of healing that needs to be done. And I think when you're a recovering addict, you kind of have to have a sort of self-imposed selfishness. Like, you have to worry about yourself for so long until you can, like, plateau into a good place. And so it's hard because to become an alcoholic, you have to be mega selfish. But to get out of your alcoholism, you also have to be mega selfish. And so the people that invest themselves and attach themselves to you, like, you just have to understand that they are being severely tested in a lot of ways. And so there might be a lot of resentment, and there might be resentment even as you cross your milestones. Not in spite of, but because of. But it doesn't mean that they don't love you and they're not celebrating in any part of their being. It might mean that they actually trust you now to tell you some brutal truths. And so if you interpret it that way, I think you have a much better shot.
That's good. I think you're right.
Because believe me, at the height of your fucked upness,
they couldn't tell you how they really felt.
They couldn't tell you shit.
Right.
So if they're telling you something that major, that's a good thing. That's what I'd say. So much more I could say about the song.
9.8 for me.
9.8 as well.
This is a high one.
Yeah, I'll say this.
Good job, Negative.
This song, the last two songs, like, when I hear songs like this, sometimes I say, this is why hip-hop was created as a genre. I think it was Bricktown. He said, like, I need something to, like, fall into. Like, this is a rap song. I mean, it was like 9 minutes, which is pretty demanding for a rap audience. And there wasn't really, like, a big hook, like a catchy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
but
that's
it was still
a real,
good.
like, investment into the audience and saying, let's see, like, how committed you guys are. So I thought it was incredible. But anytime I hear songs like this, I'm like, this is why hip-hop was invented as a genre. Like, to be able to express all these stages of your life over 9 minutes and these insanely complex problems. And then he has his Walter White moment where he says, yeah, but at the end of the day, I'm committed to this art form and this feeling, and I will sacrifice everything, including all of y'all, for that. Like, I respect it. In my view, if you're pursuing that kind of greatness, like, you're like legitimately accomplishing it, like, it's the job of the family to put everything second to that. That's what I believe. But, you know, if you've got a Tom Brady, like, yeah, we're gonna put everything second to that for sure. Or Simone Biles or whatever. Like,
it just didn't sound like this father was doing the, you know, a healthy dream.
No.
It was a pretty destructive situation.
No.
Okay, 9.8 for me, 9.8 for you as well.
Yes, we shall come back on the other side of the break, dear listeners.
We'll be right
Shout
back.
out to freaking Negative Vibes, man. Dude is he's on his gangster shit. Oh shit, Bricktown is still here. All right, guys, we'll be on the other side of the break. We'll be right back. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at ensori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/You Vin And Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. It shall lead them. This is Vin and Sori, where we do all these reviews of music and ish. Soraya is coming back real soon, so we'll do an Ask Me Anything. Somebody has already asked me a question. Little Bully says, Vin and Sori, how do Christians not support Israel when it is God's chosen nation? You may not like their methods, but isn't it God's position to judge them and yours to support them? Well, that's probably not going to be answered in this segment, but I'll try anyway. I don't believe that there is any place that says that if you bless Israel, you'll be blessed, and if you curse Israel, you'll be cursed. I do see places in the Bible where it speaks about Abraham and his seed. If you bless Abraham and his seed, you'll be blessed, and if you curse Abraham and his seed, you'll be cursed. The New Testament explicitly interprets the seed of Abraham to be the Lord Jesus Christ himself. And so all the blessings are yes and an amen in Jesus. And outside of Jesus, there can be no blessing. So Jesus is the seed of Abraham, and everybody connected to Jesus are the seed, lowercase s, of Abraham. Furthermore, the fact that the nation of Israel at one time was corporately God's chosen people makes me more critical, not less critical, of their methodologies, particularly in war, because the biblical principle is, to whom much is given, much is required. So the Israelis have a full Torah, which gives rules of engagement, etc. And they have a Torah that says if you mistreat the foreigner, which the Israelis are, but they're claiming that their neighbors are foreigners. They have a Torah and a scroll of Isaiah that says if you mistreat the foreigner, I will make your wives widows and your children as orphans. I will kill you with the sword, and then you will know that I am the Lord. Their Bible says that. So, to whom much is given, much is required. If the Israelis at one point were God's chosen nations, then they're even more duty-bound to treat the people that they're at war with more grace and mercy than the Muslims are treating their captives. So that's how to answer that question. Perkinos in the house! What is going on? Vin, why do you not acknowledge John Lennon about being the first rap artist? Ask him that when you interview him. It's Dwayne.
Of course, it's Dwayne.
Yeah, so Little Bully asked me a question, and that that's how I answered it. Shout out to Perkinos. Shout out to Perkinos. That's right. The Christians, well, not the Christians, but the Gentiles were grafted in. The Christians were not grafted in. The Gentiles were grafted in. I'll say thank you to everyone who answered. I appreciate you all taking my question in good faith. Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's true. When somebody doesn't take your question in good faith,
and then they jump on you for asking the question instead of just answering it.
Yeah.
It is a little disheartening.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not always at war.
Right.
We're not always at war. For sure. We are coming back to the music, dear listeners. Soraya just had to take a little break to do her thing here. Goodness gracious. What is the microphone? Microphone is input, right?
Would be input. Yeah.
I can find a way to mute this thing. Huh. How about now? Am I helping with the Lennon interview? That's sort of in my wheelhouse. Yeah. Yeah, because it'd be a bunch of witchcraft and shit. See what I'm
My
saying?
taste buds are off, so I have no idea.
That's okay. This is a lyric video, but we may not have the lyrics. I can swing channeling. Yeah. Interesting. All that shit is getting mainstream now. It's pretty crazy. Here's Hunter. I thought Lennon was dead. How do you interview a dead man? Don't forget to unmute, please. We will not forget to unmute, inshallah.
All right.
All right. Song number 3, dear listener.
Ben, send me another email.
Song numero tres is... That was a long one.
Go down there.
Okay, go down.
And you have to hit view entire message.
Ah, I see. You said the blind man to the deaf man.
It took me a minute. I was like, wait, middle only sent me 2?
Rivers.
Song 2, go to song 3.
Yeah.
Yep. Keep going. There it is.
Here we go. Geist of Razgritz. Polka dot cadavers. Where do I belong?
Comment for it is this song is released as of today. I actually went in there to get us a lyric video so we wouldn't end up getting blocked.
Because this is the official.
It was an
lyric
officially, it's just newly released, so there was nothing that could be done. So then this, as of today, it was released. When you're reading this from Polka Dot Cadaver's upcoming new studio album, Echoes Across the Landscape.
Hellscape.
Hellscape. Wow, look at what I just did. I've been excited to listen to it for some time, and as we did just do a big Polka Dot Cadaver, a dog fashion disco stream in August, seems only fitting to let you see their newest work. All right. Released today, so no lyrics, except for the song in the lyric video.
Was this Riv?
I thought it was Riv, actually, but
who from the Imperishable Flames got this one song in? All right, here we go, guys. You guys ready? Song numero tres.
And River said we didn't get blocked by them the last time, so
okay.
Fingers crossed.
So
pay attention to the lyric video. Yeah, where do I belong? Pay attention to the lyric video because we don't have lyrics.
Pay attention, guys. We will not be blocked.
When
What's going on?
It's probably because I must have switched the link because I was trying to get something different. And then I think the link he gave me was for like an upcoming because it was going to be released at 7. So maybe, I don't know. I think I must have downloaded the wrong link.
Okay. I think we should watch the one with the lyric video on it.
Yeah, we're going to have to download that.
Yeah, it's okay. Talk to the people.
Sorry, guys. We will download the correct one.
I just want to make it perfect.
Yeah, I
Know,
agree.
you know how I am.
I agree. That was a...
Plus, I like the song, so having to listen to
So
it
we
again at the beginning won't be a problem to me.
Yeah, plus they said something about the Stepford wives. I'm always interested in this subject.
Yeah. I don't know why.
So I'm like, wait, what did he say about that?
Don't they kill the guys at the end and some shit like that? I don't know.
Well, no, they don't kill their husbands.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it for people. Don't do a spoiler.
I mean, that's a really old film. Like, our parents.
Oh.
It's like way back.
So, yeah, but there might do a remake of it.
Actually, they did a couple years ago.
Was it good?
I didn't watch it.
Remake, or?
I didn't watch it. I wanted to watch it with you, but then we had that conversation. Remember I was watching that show?
Oh, yeah. Girls is out there murdering niggas.
Yeah. You were like, yeah, but why did they kill their husbands? I was like, no, they had reason. He's like, but why? I was like, they had a reason. He was like, but you don't know the reason? I'm like, no, but I'm sure they had a reason. There was a reason in the show. I just didn't have it in my head. He was like, oh, okay. So you're okay with these women killing their husbands and you have no justifiable reason. I was like, that is a little bit alarming. He's like, and why are you watching the show? This is terrible. I've always had misandry is what it would be called, right?
Yeah.
See it flops away.
You had misinterest inclination.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I realized that the show choice was for that reason. So anyway, I stopped. That's why I wouldn't watch the Stepford Wives ones either. It's not right. I have a good husband. Why would I do that? I'm like, no, that's for those women.
All right.
All right.
Okay, this is great.
It's the fight back. You should watch the Stepford Wives. It's a little crazy.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, you've had so much.
They put these women through surgeries for themselves.
What movie is it?
The Stepford Wives.
It's the Stepford Wives. All right, here we go. That's going to produce something. Polka Dot Cadaver, Where I Belong. Here we go. We're going to be looking at it right now, dear listener. This is the official lyric video. Polka Dot Cadaver, hear us. Do not copyright strike us. Spare us. Here we go.
I don't wanna play alone in your moral world of rights and wrongs. You can't outrun the worms when you're 6 feet deep in the dirt. But I know you're a fake. It's written all over your face. I know you're a fake. It's written on your face. So where do I belong? Lost in a song where I can dream away the day. That's a perfect place to be.
Wow.
That was interesting. I wish we had the freaking
can you just click? I wanted to go back and click on the actual video from YouTube and see if it was in the description of that video, the lyrics.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that would have been. They usually do that.
Yeah, I was gonna do it, but then it looked like it was gonna.
Let's see here.
Or just go here. Oh.
Where? I on the.
Yeah, right there. Look, okay.
On the Gmail thing.
Sure, either one, right there.
Bada bing.
And then pause that, and then just hit down there. See if it's in there.
Do more.
Scroll down. Lyrics. Boop, boop, boop. We've got them.
There, you got him. You got him. Good job. Yeah. Good job. That was smart, Sora.
Yes.
Oh,
we need to know it. We're a lyric-heavy channel.
When you've been in the game, as long as we've been in the game. So.
Yep. I always love it when bands do this. Okay, so we can get rid of that thing.
Yep. Deleted. Here we go.
I don't want to play along in your moral world of rights and wrongs. You can't outrun the worms when you're 6 feet in the dirt. But I know you're a fake. It's written all over your face. I know you're a fake. It's written all over your face. Okay. So at first I thought he's talking about himself, that he doesn't want to play along with like other people's, like the way that the world wants to be run. This is right. This is wrong. He doesn't want to do any of that. And he's calling them a fake. Is this maybe in reference to religious people or just anybody who's like, there's a definitive right and wrong and he's calling them fake?
I don't know if he's talking about religious people or just society in general. Because every society has morals that they impose on people that are black and white. You know what I'm saying?
I guess when he said you can't outrun the worms when you're 6 feet in the dirt.
Right.
First, when I heard that part, it made me think like Christians always claim a resurrection, moral rights and wrongs and blah, blah, blah. But he's saying, look, you're dead. Like, you know, maybe he doesn't believe in it, but maybe I'm looking too much into that.
Oh, I mean, I just think it's just a standard, like, why should I listen to your rules or follow your rules if all of us are going to end up in the same place? All of us are going to die and, you know, go to the dirt. So what gives you the right to impose
but when he says your fake,
rules on us?
What does he mean by that? You think he means that they're not even following their own rights and wrongs?
No, I just think he believes that they're, I think one of it would be hypocritical and the other one is just everybody ultimately is motivated by self-interest. They're not doing it because they're good moral people. They're just doing it because they're motivated by pure self-interest. The difference is that he's willing to be honest about him wanting to be a self-interested person while other people are talking about like trying to be moral just because they're good people. See what I'm saying? That's what it looks like to me anyway. Because he's saying, where do I belong? Lost in a song where I can dream away the day. That's a perfect place to be.
That part of the song I thought was kind of cool. It was like, you know, where I think Eminem says something about being in a booth, but he's talking about like going to basically like a Denny's, I think, and being at the booth, but talking about how that's the only way to get alone is to be in the booth because he's talking about when he's doing his songs. But anyway, it kind of reminded me like of that when he said, so where do I belong? Lost in a song. Because as you're hearing him say that the only place he belongs is lost in a song, you're hearing his voice lost in that song. Like encapsulated by the song forever on YouTube or wherever.
Yeah, but like that tells me that he's not just beefing with religious people.
Yeah.
That tells me he's beefing with society at large because he can't find any place to fit.
Right.
Which we've got this guy in Middle America, Hoyle, and he's like one of those people where he really doesn't fit anywhere. He's kind of like an anarchist. So he doesn't like any of these governments. So anytime like a Republican complains about something, he'll be like, yeah. And then the left winger complains, he'll be like, yeah. Oh. And then everybody thinks that he's on their side. And then he'll put a video and go, all you guys are stupid because you let these people rule you. And, you know, that they don't really have any authority. It's all fake. And you're going along with the facade. So, like, he's one of those people where I'm like, truly, like, he doesn't really belong anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the Republicans, like, would grow a heart and love Medicare for all, then I'd easily be a Republican. And if the Democrats would grow a heart and love babies, I could be a Democrat. It seems like I agree. I could fit in very easily in both parties if one or two things change. You know what I'm saying? But like Hoyle is one of those guys, like he really, like if he got his way, like it's a completely different country. Like he's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like I haven't really ran into many people like that, but he's definitely one of them ones for sure. Shout out to Hoyle.
Okay. What's up, Apple?
But you do find this, like, people feeling that they more and more disconnected.
Yeah. Wait, Applejack. What do you mean do? He's like, sorry, what did you do?
Said, what have you done?
What
Can't
did you
super
do?
chat, yeah.
Oh, why can't I super chat? Oh, yeah, I did. I shut that down. Remember
You
we
shut
just
down
talked
super
about
chats?
But I saw somebody super chat earlier. I don't know how that worked.
Did that. I don't know how that happened.
I think you have to do a sticker, but anyway. You can't outride the word. Okay, so where do I belong? Lost in a song. Right. Then he says
lifeless plastic automatons in suits and ties sip lattes and pose with their Stepford wives. So he's saying the dudes are NPCs, like they have no life in them. They're just basically robots, and they're posing next to their Stepford wives, who are basically so.
Well, the Stepford wives are like, you're perfect. Like, you know, like Facebook is like, there's so many people that you see, like, honestly, I think that it's going to be like an actual diagnosable sickness, I believe. But like the filters that people are using to, and then you see the person in real life, and like, I didn't recognize somebody. Like, it was so different. So like when he's talking about like the Stepford wives thing and stuff, I think it's, you know, everybody has to put their best foot forward on Facebook or wherever they're platforming. And so they're never, like, people aren't being authentic, because nobody's going to be like, well, the people that are, some people go on there and complain a bunch, but like when he said the Stepford wives thing, I thought about like having to keep up with appearances and stuff that women do. So sip lattes and pose with their Stepford wives, like, but there's nothing deep with any of them. Radioactive nuclear families.
Yeah, that's a good line. Radioactive nuclear families. Because the nuclear family, right, is
usually like, this is your spot, but he's using nuclear as in like explosive.
Well, yeah. Well, nuclear family got nicknamed that because the idea was this is the smallest unit of what builds a society.
Okay.
Right. So the nucleus.
I do remember them talking about it, but I didn't know it meant that.
So it was like mom, dad, brother, sister, dog. That was the nuclear family. And that's what you want to promote, because that was the nucleus of whatever organism the country was going to grow into. Now, obviously, that template has come under, well, I'd say attack, in the sense that there are elements of the country that want to, you know, disavow the nuclear family, or say that any other combination is, you know, just as whatever. Which, you know, I obviously do not believe that. I just don't think that there's anything good in encouraging the dissolution of the nuclear family.
I agree.
You know, it's like this one dude, I forgot what his name was. He was a gay dude. And he said something about, like, he doesn't have the ideal family. And, of course, all the left-wing people went crazy on him. But, you know, I say the same thing.
Left-wingers went crazy on him?
Well, yeah, because he's gay. So you're not accepting yourself and blah, blah, blah. This is like some big, like, tragedy that you don't accept yourself because you're... And I'm like, we're divorced and remarried in a blended family.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
We don't have the ideal.
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal. It's not something I want any of my kids to go through. Yeah. And it's caused a lot of, you know, pain and suffering that they would otherwise not have had to endure. That's not the ideal at all. Now, we made the best of it. And if somebody, you know, were to quote unquote judge us for it, I mean, I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody judges, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really.
There's so much judgment floating around that.
I just, you know, I just cannot imagine making a major life decision based on the opinions of other people. That's just crazy to me. But, like, ours is not the ideal either. So, you know, like, I do think, though, that him using the line, you know, explosive nuclear, radioactive nuclear families, I think that is absolutely true. I think, you know, what happens with these culture wars on the other side is that the left, whatever you want to call them, they're so far left that you begin to think that just having a nuclear family itself is sort of like winning the war. When in reality, the vast majority of Americans have come from some form of a nuclear family. The dude who just went on a rampage in our city, killed all those beautiful people, was raised in a nuclear family. So it's like, that's not the victory. Like, that's the battle line.
Oh wow, yeah.
Depending on what war you're trying to win.
Yeah.
But that's not the. So lines like this are important when it says radioactive nuclear families. It's like, great, you've got a nuclear family, excellent. But is
it's
it
radioactive?
Is it a toxic nuclear family where there's going to be fallout?
Wow, that's a really good line.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like, there's radioactive fallout, man. Like, we're in a situation with a dude, and now you got all these other poor people dragged into it. That had no business being dragged into a situation.
Radioactive, that means like you don't necessarily know when something. If you're in a situation where something's hitting you that's radioactive, you could be having damage that you don't even know is happening. Yeah. And I think that it's like that with like family systems and family units. Like if you're not actively looking for where your family system is sick or it's messed up, like you probably have something really messed up there, because everybody is going to default to certain things that they're comfortable with. But you gotta always be on guard for watching to make sure that your family system is a place where people can grow, and that's pretty crazy. That is a really good line. I got distracted because he said radioactive and he said zombies, and then I just started thinking about that show, The Walking Dead. Yeah. So like I got that visual in my head, so I didn't like really see what those lyrics were saying. But yeah, holy shit. Zombies of a virtual fantasy. Program the perfect aesthetic, so typical. Okay, wait a minute.
Program the perfect aesthetic, so typical and ultra pathetic. It's all this emphasis on the externals, like what you look like externally, what your so-called, perfect family looks like. Yeah. Aesthetically, it's and they're saying, it's pathetic. Program the perfect aesthetic, so typical and ultra pathetic. Like. Yeah. And it's true, like, you see it a lot in religious circles, but you kind of see it on any subculture that, encourages a family dynamic. Like, you see it now with the whole, what do they call them? Trad wives or whatever. Yeah. And the trad wives have this very specific aesthetic, that they're calling feminine. And I'm not saying that it's not feminine, but it's a very specific period in time in Americana. Yeah. It's very like parochial.
But it was so fun.
Wait, where
are you going with that? Because I was going to say with the other thing that you said that I thought was so fascinating.
No, go ahead.
Well, the trad wives are dressing like the 1950s, but they're not dressing like the 1950s of the women that like at that time period that were considered acceptable women were dressed.
They're dressed like Marilyn Monroe.
Right. They're dressed. Right. That would be all of that low stuff wouldn't be happening in the 1950s. They'd call them a slut or whatever. I mean, it's just interesting, like, because they're looking at it because we're at 2023, so they're looking at it as like this is like you're super submissive, blah blah blah. If you're dressing like this and looking like this, while all the while, if you went back to that time period, that type of woman wearing that outfit would not be a submissive woman.
Right.
The stuff that they're trying to project.
She would have been the rebellious woman. She would have been, because you look like Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, you're going against the.
And Marilyn Monroe was a hoe, according to the conservative women at the time. So. It's like, so like that's my thing. Like with the trad wife thing, it's like, yeah, okay, but now it's like this specific kind of aesthetic that is femininity now, and is supposedly like a response to ultra feminism, but. I mean, in reality, it's almost like a pre-feminist aesthetic, because Marilyn Monroe kind of was symbolized.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
A woman who took some sort of control of her sexuality. So anytime a woman like autonomizes her sexuality, the women, the first group of people that want to punish that type of woman is women. So the dudes don't have a problem with a woman who's sexually autonomous. That increases your chances. So dudes never had a problem with Marilyn Monroe. See what I'm saying? So, I mean, that's my theory as to why being like mega skinny went into style. It's because all the girls that couldn't fuck with Marilyn Monroe was like, this is a new beauty standard. Anyway, I think it's very, very interesting. But yeah.
So what'd you give this one?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I just have a lot to digest in the song, but, like, I just think the Marilyn Monroe aesthetic to me is very interesting with this whole manosphere and then, by extension, the, the trad wife movement. Why is that look the look? You know, considering that Marilyn Monroe was not considered a submissive woman.
No, but she was considered a sexual icon. So I feel like that there's all this pressure. Like I don't remember where I was listening to these women. They were talking about how women always have to feel like they'll feel like they always have to look sexually ready. And I think that it's really weird because like sometimes, you know, you click on people's live streams and stuff, and like girls will do like these really weird things. Like they're not like talking to the camera; they're like pose for the camera. Yeah. And like it was like, I don't understand what's happening. You
saw that yesterday in the show.
I saw it yesterday in the show, but I also saw it like on a more personal level. Yeah. And I was like, why is this person? I couldn't figure out at first why she kept stopping to like do these different things. I'm like, what is she doing? And then I'm like, it looks like she's posing, but it didn't make any sense. And yeah, so I don't know. That's kind of what my thought is I think that women have been sexualized in you want a toothpaste commercial. Oh, look, there's a woman that's being sexualized. We're sexualized every fucking place. So I just think that women, like, it's kind of like gotten into the mindset that you have to be at a certain level, which I think is part of the reason why women are feeling like this pressure. I see a lot more women with filters than I see men with filters. Like there's this pressure to be something, to be somebody. And like, but somebody is to look a certain way. And I just think that's a really toxic environment. Yeah, but
I was asking the specific question, why that specific look? And to your point, it kind of is at the intersection of what dudes want, which is, so you have the 1950s. So that represents the ultimate zeitgeist about that was that women were, you know, just supposed to shut up and submit to their husbands. But then you have the sexual icon, which is Marilyn Monroe, to your point. And so that is sexual availability. They're not looking. So a modern dude is not looking at Marilyn Monroe as a woman who's sexually autonomous. They're looking at her as one who's sexually available. Mm-hmm. Because when she's remixed now, when these girls talk, that's like a big thing in the trad wife thing, is give your husband sex anytime he wants, never say no. And so I think Marilyn Monroe represents perpetual sexual availability. Like that's how it's interpreted through the modern lens. I think in the 1950s lens, she was looked upon as like a threat because she was sexually autonomous. But dudes now are looking at Marilyn Monroe. They want their wife to be Marilyn Monroe. In the bedroom, and then, you know, Susie homemaker, whatever, when she's in the kitchen. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what that movement is, right? I mean, they're like that, you know. I followed one of them. I couldn't do it after a while because she's talking about how she asked her husband permission to do shit, and after that, I was like, okay, I gotta get out of here. I can't do this shit because at some points, I don't know if those are just parody accounts. And I feel like at some point people are going to be like, you idiots, you all fell for this stupid, you know, nobody would actually say that. You know what I'm saying?
Really? That's what you think? That's so interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. When they get really, really crazy, that's when I stop following them.
Really I'm crazy for the movement, though, to ask for permission. Like for that movement, I don't think that that's really crazy. So I don't think it would be a fake account.
It's just hard for me to understand why for you. A grown-ass woman is like publicizing that. Mm-hmm. Like that's hard for me to believe. So like anytime they go crazy like that, I just stop following them because I'm like, I'm not gonna get got by these people. Like there's no way. So I just don't follow those people. How available was Marilyn Monroe to regular Joe Schmo? She was available to Kennedy. I mean, she was available to Kennedy, and then the what do you call it? The New York Yankees, like she was an elite. She was elite. I'm not saying that they're right. I'm just saying, remember, all these dudes in the manosphere and all that were not even around when Marilyn Monroe was around. Mm-hmm. Like she's just an icon to them. So they're interpreting her they're reinterpreting Marilyn Monroe as a sexually available woman. They're not interpreting her as a sexually autonomous woman. Now, me personally, I don't think she was a sexually available woman. She was, you know, it's not a senator. It's got to be a freaking president. Not a president. It's got to be a Kennedy. You know, same thing. Like the Yankees were like mythical at the time. She was with, I think it was Joe DiMaggio or whatever. Like these are like legendary like dudes. Like, but I'm saying like, I don't think the dudes that run the Manosphere, the Andrew Tate followers and things like that, I don't think they're looking at it from that perspective. I think they're saying. And the other thing is that these guys are so delusional, they would say that they're like a modern day Kennedy or modern day whatever, so that they deserve their wife to be a Marilyn Monroe. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm not saying these guys are rational. I'm just saying they're in a really good situation right now. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah.
It's crazy, though, because, like, I was reading about Marilyn Monroe, and she had, like, a really... like hard time, like a lot of bad stuff to happen to her, like sexually speaking. Like it wasn't an easy road for her as far as like, I think like assault and different things like that. So it just like, or people kind of, I don't know, it was a messed up situation. And so it's interesting that like people are looking at her as like a sexual icon, but not looking at the other side of the things that she went through and the tragedies that she endured. And so then there's women that are like replicating her look in their marriage, and also the idea that you would never say no to anything or whatever sexually. And so then you're like, also, so she was this sexual icon and all this horrible stuff happened to her, but aesthetically she put out that it wasn't like that. But when you hear the behind the scenes of what happened, like it wasn't an easy road. So it's just crazy. Like, man, I don't know. That's sad.
I mean, I don't know if it's sad. I just think that I was just genuinely curious because I don't have any criticisms or affirmations of it. I was just like, why is that? But it makes sense. To your point, it's the confluence of sexuality and submissiveness, I guess, is that's how they've reinterpreted Marilyn Monroe. It's definitely how these women are interpreted. Yeah. My thing is, I don't think it's sad in the sense that these women look happy to me. And that's what they're saying. They're saying this lifestyle makes them happy. It's a lot less pressure. They know what to expect every day, and they like it. So to me, it's like, I don't think it's tragic. I mean, if they're happy and the husband's happy, then cool.
I don't, you know. I think what's sad to me is that I know that mindset, like I've seen that mindset when it's worked out, and it can get, if she's in this super submissive role and he has all the power and authority so much so that she has to ask permission, and it just, when people have ultimate control, if they're not conscious of it, it can go south. It just does. So here you're having this person, and like I'm actually part of a group of women that, like, you know, they're trying to be respectful with their husbands or whatever, and like some of the stuff that I see them post, I'm like, I think it's good for people to respect each other, but I'm not sure about this level people are going to. I'm not sure if it's healthy. Like,
yeah,
maybe you have to maintain your own level of respect while respecting the other person. You can't like make yourself a doormat to respect it.
But I mean, for me, it's like I'm very, very wary of that stuff. Like, because we all have the capacity for projection. We all are going to put ourselves into that situation. So that might be some line for you that doesn't cross a line for her at all. You know what I'm saying? So, and there might be shit you do that crosses the line for some people that, like, I kind of stay away from that stuff. My thing is whole, like, is it compulsory or is it something the girl wants? That's like a big thing. Mm-hmm. You know, I think that question is important whether or not you're in a religious context. But
yeah.
What I've seen actually is that, I'm sorry, but the secular guy is more apt to ask that question than the religious guy, in my experience.
Which question?
Is the girl actually cool with this?
Oh.
Not will she do it or does she agree to it?
Right.
But is she cool with this? And then especially if you're going to talk about like adopting it, because the whole trad wife thing is an entire lifestyle. Like, if the woman says like, yo, I love this lifestyle, I feel robbed that I didn't have this 10 years ago and all that, she's definitely going to cross some lines that you think are just too far. But, like, if she's happy and he's happy, like, it's none of our business. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
I do see what you're saying.
Your understanding of doormat and her understanding of doormat may be completely different.
Well, I think more it's that you can be involved in something, and then as the years progress, all of a sudden you look back, like, I mean, you know, you're probably going to not... Remember that girl that was part of... She was doing pornography, and she was saying how it was so empowering for women, and it was so great, and then after a while it was like, no, this is actually horrible for her. And I understand you're talking about two married people and their decisions that they're making together, which might not end up going that way, but it could. It could be that she keeps trying to be super submissive and he takes advantage of that, and that as the years go by, she's still trying to do that thing, but it's actually destroying her. And then eventually...
Well, that's for people around her to deal with. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about we cannot say, whoa, that's too far. Like, because you're projecting your standards onto that person is all I'm saying.
That's true. That is true.
So... Like, that's all I'm saying. That's how I'm looking at it. But, like, let's just say, like, if it works for that couple, then cool. If it's something where she's doing it to, you know, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's a different thing. And I that's for the people around those people to diagnose. Like,
yeah, I think if somebody's in that situation and then, you know, she starts, like, being like, I don't know about this part of it. And then, like, stuff adjusts and morphs and changes. But I guess... But yeah, I see what you're saying about projection and stuff.
Yeah, because he's talking about the present and future will only buy a little more time before you turn to dust. So once again, it goes back to like this nihilism thing that he was touching on before, when he says you can't outrun the worms. So it's like, I think his philosophy is, I would rather be completely true to myself than have to submit to society and its ridiculous demands in all these different like areas of my life. I only got one life, and he's not saying, you know, we're all going to die so I can do whatever I want. He's saying, we're all going to die so I'm going to live true to myself. And I think there's a big difference between being true to yourself and doing whatever you want. Because there's a lot of times being true to yourself makes it so that you don't do what you want, what you would want to do. So, for example, if a person says, I'm a loyal person, and that's my ultimate value as a person. So they run into a situation where a girl in a nice bikini says, hey, you want to go out back? He may want to in that moment, but if he were to do that, he would be violating who he is as a person. So he's going to say no. So there are times when, in order to be true to yourself, you cannot do whatever you want. Whether or not you're a Christian or not. And this guy, I'm assuming, is a very secular dude. He's not saying, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. He's just saying, I'm not going to make my standards and my life, you know, my life ethic is not going to be informed by your opinion and your ethic. It's going to be informed by how I look at the world and how I see it. And I got one life, and I'm not going to waste it conforming to your made-up standards. That's what it sounds like to me. So there you go. Solid 9 for me.
8.9 for me. We will be right back.
Right. We shall check you beautiful people on the other side of the break. More to come. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at ensori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/You Vin And Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
Have no fear. We're on song number 4.
Yes.
You can pull up that thing.
Song numero 4, dear listener.
All right, so song number 4 is from Matt. He picked, can you say that?
Overkill River.
No, it's not. I know that looks like overkill, but it's OKK.
Oh. Okerville River, Unless It Kicks.
Song comments. I've been thinking about this song. I only heard it recently, but I am smitten.
He is smitten by this song.
I actually like the word smitten.
Listener.
Makes me think of Vin.
Aw, because you've been smitten by me, eh?
And you've been smitten by me as well.
Say that and believe that if you'd like. Here we go, dear listener. Song numero 4. The name of this song is...
I forgot what it was called.
There it is.
Oh, Unless It Kicks.
Okerville River, Unless It Kicks, live on KEXP. Let's do it.
This is another one.
Another one.
I think that did have another unofficial. This is like the Firefly song, the way it starts out. It's got a little tune.
A little bit of Jamaican style bass.
What gives this mess some grace unless it's kicks, man? Unless it's fictions, unless it's sweat or it's songs. What hits against this chest unless it's a sick man's hand from some mid-level band? He's been driving too long on a dark windless night with the radio on, with the towns flying by and the ground getting soft and the sound in the sky coming down from above. It surrounds you in sighs and it's whispering, oh, it pulls your body down and that is quicksand. You should climb out quick, hand over hand, before your mouth's all filled up. What picks you up from down unless it's little tricks, man? And when I've been fixed, I am convinced that I will not get so broke up again. And on the 7-day high, that heavenly song punches right through my mind. unless it's lies or it's love. What breaks this heart the most is the ghost of some rock and roll fan floating up from the steps with her heart opened up. I wanna tell her your love isn't lost. Say my heart is still crossed, screaming so wonderful. What a dream in the dark about working so hard, about glowing so stone, trying not to turn off, trying not to believe in that lie out on your
I love weird music.
Very whimsical band.
I loved this one.
Very whimsical.
Discover
Yeah, it was so different.
Yeah, it was.
So the beginning of the song, like the when the whatever it started out, it reminded me. So I have this trick that I use when my babies are like newborns and they start screaming and you can't seem to calm them. For some reason, every time I put on the song Fireflies that starts out, I can't even do it like right now in the moment. But when that like little beeping thing starts at the beginning of that song, they always stop. And that like gives me a minute to like get in there and be like, hey. So this is another one of those that like when somebody's in a bad mood, I'm going to put this on and I'm just going to wait. They'll look at me and smile.
You mean
I
the
know
babies?
Yeah, the little ones. Yeah.
Okay. I was about to say.
No, not the older ones. It wouldn't work with the older kids. Oh, it wouldn't work for you either. No. But for the little guys, it would work. Just start that little happiness. So yeah, I liked this. And it was odd. It had like that oddity to it that was almost a little too odd for me even. But I liked it a lot.
Yeah, this was
yeah, Matt. I agree. Yeah.
This one carried the spirit of that age that you love so much, that teenage boy. It had that kind of spirit.
Yeah, I can see that.
It.
Yeah.
I liked it too. When what was going on when you heard the woman come in? Because there was like a major like reaction from you when the girl came in. What was going on there?
Just the way that the song changed. I was surprised at the change, and I didn't expect it. And it was like, I don't know, it switched to be like, it was, I guess, more whimsical, more happy, more something at that point. And I don't know, I can't describe it. I just know that like I'm not usually surprised when we listen to music. Like when it takes a turn, it seems like, yeah, I could see that. But that one, when it switched, it was such a surprise. Also because I wasn't watching them. So I didn't even know that her vocals were going to come in. And I don't even, like, even her vocal style I thought was like, I don't know, the whole thing just fit together. It was all very odd, but it all fit together very well. In a, you know what, it kind of reminded me of Punky Brewster, like that sort of, it was a little off, but I loved it.
Yeah.
I'm going around in circles on that.
On a dark windless night with the stereo on, with the town flying by and the ground getting soft, and the sound in the sky coming down from above. It surrounds you in sighs, and it's whispering of, like, the cadence and the rhyme scheme was like so
smooth,
legit.
and you just felt like good with it.
Yeah, it was a
satisfying.
real. Yeah, it was
satisfying. That's how I feel about this song.
Yeah, it was that kind of feel, man. Like, I definitely felt like, yo, this really works. Like, sonically, it was making sense, and lyrically, some of the lyrics didn't really make a lot of sense. For example, when he says, "What gives this mess some grace unless it's kicks, man? Unless it's fictions, unless it's sweat or it's songs." Then later on, he talks about at the end when he uses that same term. He uses it differently, though. Yeah, right there. What gives this mess some grace unless it's fiction? Yeah. So up here, he says, what gives a mess some grace unless it's kicks, man?
Yeah.
Which is kind of undefined. But then when you go down here, he says it again. What gives this mess some grace unless it's fiction?
Yeah.
Unless it's licks, man.
Yeah, it's like he switched it because he said kicks, man, and then fictious over here.
Fictions over here.
It's like he flipped those two.
And then he says, unless it's sweat or songs, which would be work or art. But down here, he says, unless it's lies or it's love. So as the song progresses, like he's trying to figure out the things that we hold on to justify continuing in the mess of life itself. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looks like to me.
What breaks the heart the most is the ghost of some rock and roll fan floating up from the stands with their heart opened up. That's interesting that breaks the heart the most.
Well, and then he says I want to tell her your love isn't lost, and to say my heart is still crossed. I want to scream, hey, you're so wonderful. So he's saying,
oh, wow.
When he thinks about all the fans that he has and the ones that have been lost, he wishes he could tell them, like, I still believe in the music. I'm still doing this shit. You know, because that's what he means when he says my heart is still crossed, I think.
Oh, crossed?
See what I'm saying? Cross your heart, hope to die. You know how you say that? Like, you say that when you really, like, mean what you're saying.
Yeah.
So he's saying my heart is still crossed in the sense that he's still promising her that he's true to the music that she loves so much.
Star-crossed lovers, like the word crossed, and he says, I want to tell her your love isn't lost. Like she's in the stands, and I wonder if he's losing a relationship though. What breaks the heart the most is the ghost of some rock. No, because it's the ghost of some rock and roll fan. So yeah, okay, so it's a fan that he is thinking about how that's gotta be crazy. What a friggin' crazy experience. You make a song, you're performing it, and you can see the people in the front row are completely opened up their hearts to it, and they're singing their hearts out to it. That's gotta be insane.
Right, but he talks about the ghost of
right, because he's thinking about it.
You know, people die, but he's saying, like, he wants them to know. He would tell them, like, yo, I still believe in this shit. I'm still making the music. I'm still real. I didn't sell out.
Oh, I want to scream, hey, you're so wonderful.
What you devoted to your life, what you devoted your life to, like, I'm carrying it on type of thing. Because definitely they're in hip hop too, for sure, to a degree, but the relationship metal fans have with their band is unlike it. And I've been on both sides of it. I've been a hip hop fan of whatever, and I've been a fan of a band, and it's completely different. One is like complete admiration, but the other is you get me, like that's you know, there's a completely different kind of bond. And so, like, I could definitely see that, because the music that we all make and that we all enjoy is so emotional. And, you know, and it must be a crazy feeling when somebody, like, really appreciates your music. Like, I've been working on music so much, and, like, I wish I could get out there and like, play it live, just see the reaction.
We will, babe.
And, like, for them to be able to, like, have fans that really enjoy it, there must be a real deep love for those people that allow you to live your dream. And so, like, he's saying, like, I wish I could talk to y'all. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, like, that's a crazy thing. Like, the relationship between a band and you know, their fans.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's really, really cool. Chocolate milk has been made. Okay, Jet. What pulls your body down, and that is quicksand. So climb out quick, hand over hand, before your mouth all filled up. What picks you up from down, unless it's tricks, man? When I've been fixed, I am convinced that I will not get so broke again.
Oh, that line I thought was, yeah, it's like anybody, when you like straighten something out, you're like, I'm never freaking going back to that. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, sometimes you find yourself cycling back through it.
And on a 7-day high, that heavenly song.
Yeah, but you have to keep your head up when you get in those situations, because you can tell yourself, oh yeah, I'm just like reverted back, I've gone all the way. Or you can say, you know what, I know I got myself to that good place before, so I know the road to take, and retake that path. Get back there more quickly.
I agree with that. I just...
And the speed in which you can get yourself better if you keep working toward it can dwindle.
Who selected this song again?
Matt? Was this one Matt S?
Yeah, it was Matt S. Yeah, man, like, it's interesting because he used the term smitten by this song.
Yeah,
which
that's
now,
right, yeah.
Now it makes a lot of sense, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it is that kind of song that really gets your... It definitely, like, appeals to the romantic sense in a person.
No wonder I liked it.
Right, like, doesn't it? Like, it appeals to that kind of, like...
It does, and it also had like this like fireflies at night in the evening feel, like
in the hammock, yeah.
Jeez, you know, just yeah.
Yeah, we got a place for the hammock.
Mm-hmm.
We got to take care of a situation. But yeah, we got stuff in hand. All right.
Yeah. So when I liked that line about the. When you find yourself going back, where was that? But anyway, we know what we're talking about. So
yeah,
I liked this one. I liked the vibe of it, and it was weird. Like I've brought this up before. I like the song Passenger, or maybe that's the band. I don't know. I just type in Passenger and I look for the guy's hair and click on it. He's got he's got this curly. No. I know.
Okay.
That one I only listen to when I'm with you.
Where do you get this song?
Yeah, I'm gonna give this one a 9.8. I really like this one. I'm with it.
Yeah, this is definitely another 9.8 for me. I really, really like this song a lot. I thought lyrically it was very intelligent. They had a very
Let It Go is the name of the song.
They had a very purposeful rhyme scheme that they stuck to a lot. That they use with like Clicksman and Licksman and Fiction, things like that.
Yeah.
Like those are all badass usages.
You know, plus I always feel like people that like put out stuff that's kind of like, I guess you could characterize it as weird or odd or whatever. Like I always feel like those are like more my people too.
Agree.
So like a weird dancing
the
weirdos,
the weirdos.
Everything that's like, it has to be a little bit off for me to be like, yeah, like asymmetrical stuff. I like asymmetrical. That's not completely. Oh, that's so interesting. Anyway, I'll tell you on the break.
It was good. It was good to hear an innocent song. Like it felt like the person that was writing the lyrics was an innocent person, kind of like really uncorrupted by the world type of situation. Which, considering the couple days we've all had, it's pretty good. I think that's one of the things I hate the most about situations like this is that people, there's a sort of innocence that you lose that they're never going to get back now. Mm-hmm. You know?
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah. I don't think.
It's tough.
I don't think our kids necessarily lost anything. Like, I'm not sure. It's a little early to tell. But they didn't seem like I feel like we did really good at making sure that they weren't really scared.
No. Yeah, no, yeah, I know that. I'm just talking about, like, collectively as a whole.
Yeah, I get that.
You know, Schmeggy's, like, has just... Like, I heard about that place, like, forever, for years before. It was just the place, you know? I'm like, now, it's just going to be different for them forever, you know? And I hate that for them. Like, I hate that shit. The city... Like, the entire state is collectively lost its innocence, but definitely, it's tough. I hate that. That's the thing I hate the most about situations like this.
Mm-hmm. If only the folks in charge of that would have been a little less innocent and a little bit more prepared.
Yep. Anyway, 9.5 for me.
9.8 for me.
We will come back on the other side of the break with more heavy metal music, dear listener. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at ensori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin And Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. There you are, dear listener. Buy our merch. A child shall lead them to buy our merch. Well, in the meantime, Vinny's off. So it's an Ask Me Anything. Ask me anything, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, let me pull the comment section up so I can actually respond. Here we go. All right. Oh, your chocolate milk is gone. So sorry for you. So sad. Can you make some more? Thank you for being a joiner, says Middle Earth to Matt S. Yeah, I really like that song, Matt. Matt, what made you pick that song? Like, oh, you said you had just recently found it. True, that's right. Yeah, I can see that. I'm going to play that one tomorrow on repeat, I'm sure. The last 3 bands are in the title, if I'm not mistaken, says Ben. Oh, your belly is full. Good. Okay, hell, to be honest, I thought 9/11 would never be forgotten, but life went on. Now it gets only remembered once a year. Yeah, you know what? Oh, whoa. So, Vin, it's generation only innocence. Shit, you're right, hell. I was thinking, because I had said something to one of my kids about 9/11, and one of them didn't know about it. They were like, what? What is that? I was like, 9/11. You don't know what 9/11 is? Whenever I do that, it always makes the environment, the teaching environment, a little bit So I'm like, well, that's true. It was before their time. And if you don't talk about it, yeah, it's crazy. But you're right. It is generational innocence. That's why we're supposed to... I was listening to this historian that Vinny was listening to the other day. And when he was going through... He was telling the stories of whole groups of people, but you're obviously telling the story very quickly, so you're not going to go into all the details of why they did what they did and what the reasons. It was just, this is what they did, they were bad for this, they did this and that. Everything was just being stripped down into its smallest. People were getting described in a friggin' sentence, and I was like, that's so insane. If you pulled back and you did a full span of your own life, it's what would be in there? What are the repeated things that they would say, this is who they were, that's what it was. It's just crazy to think how all of our lives we keep repeating decisions, and if you never start rethinking stuff and going in different directions, then, hey babe, can you stop that? Thanks. Anyway, so Ian says, Sori, how was your week been despite the circumstances? Speaking on the positive vibe. Speaking on the positive vibe, I think that the week was pretty good. I've been like working on certain things to change. Like I get really stressed out if there's like other people's messes around me. I specify that because I can be kind of messy and not be so bothered with it. But other people's messes when they're around me kind of gets on my nerves, and I can end up being like too stressed out when I'm talking to people. So I really done a lot of work on that and trying to work on my patience and stuff. And it's been really good. So like this week, I think would have been a more challenging week in that regard, but I actually did pretty good. So on a positive note, you know, I was able to be more of a blessing to my family than a stressor. So that's good. Let's see. There's just a trapezoid hanging out in the corner of the screen. Oh yeah, you know what that is? It's the lamp. Beep. But I thought about moving it, but I actually kind of liked the way that, like, when Vinny comes back and the background blurs. Yeah, I liked how it kind of looked like that. Of course, when I go to edit the video, I'll probably be like, oh my word, why is that corner there? All right, Matt, go get some sleep. I'm glad you were still here for the review.
Song numero cuatro, cinco.
Hell, I'm on Facebook. Just look up Soraya and Vinny, I think, and you can send it to me through that messenger.
Okay, guys. Song number cinco.
Oh, you said you resent it on that one. I can check it out later, I guess.
Grizzle Beers by Sylosis.
Mm-hmm. Grizzle Beers. That's the name of our DJ.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. By Sylosis, Immovable Stone was released in December 2021 as a single and nothing more. It did not make the cut for the recently released album for some reason, but I will not let it be forgotten.
Here it is.
Here it is. Okay, so this is from the big homie Grizzly Bears. Okay, that's the name of the individual.
Bears.
Grizzle Bears. Grizzle Bears, Grizzly Bears. I think it's Grizzly Bears. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's do it. Sylosis.
Grizzle Bears has picked this song for us.
You cannot break all the news with time. We're not yielding, we'll not fighting. Each fracture, strengthening bone. Stood firm like an immovable stone. You're digging deep, so be careful.
heaviness.
That song was like
The heaviness.
positive.
Yeah, lyrically,
Yeah.
it was very, very positive.
Yeah.
Very, very positive. He was definitely saying some deep shit in there.
And it's funny because, well, I wonder, did you consider it preaching?
No, I didn't think it was preachy.
It's a little hard for me to tell because stuff has to be super preachy for me to feel like it's preachy. That's interesting. But anyway, yeah, I liked it. I didn't think it was preachy at all, and I liked where it was going, and I agree with some of it too.
Yeah, I think I agreed with all of it for sure.
Yeah, I think I did too, but I want to make sure before I.
You cannot break what injures with time. Great unyielding will of iron, each fracture strengthening bone, stood firm like an immovable stone. So he's saying, you cannot break what injures with time. Or is he saying inures with time?
I thought it was injures as well. You cannot break what injures with time. Wait, what could you not break that injures with time?
His will, because he says he has a great unyielding will of iron.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
So he's talking about you can't will.
Yep.
Because even the breaks and the fractures themselves become whatever.
Yeah.
So there is a word inure, but that's...
I don't think that's what's happening. I think you were right.
You think it's injure?
I think it was injure.
No, inure is actually a word though. See? Becoming accustomed to something especially unpleasant. So
yeah,
I knew it.
Yeah,
So if you look at it again, you cannot break what inures with time.
Wait, so you can't break, but what? Say it.
You cannot break what inures with time.
Yeah, but change the word for the meaning. Instead.
So the meaning is becoming used to something unpleasant.
You can't break what you. If you
so
become
you can't
used
break
to,
me if whatever you throw at me, I can get accustomed to.
Okay.
You can't break that person.
Yeah.
That's why he says, "Great unyielding will of iron."
Yeah.
Right. Oh, also grizzly bears is Ben. Okay.
Oh, hey.
So I think the word is inures,
Okay.
right? Which means that you get used to misery, right? Because it says,
Yeah.
great unyielding will of iron, each fracture strengthening bone stood firm like an immovable stone. So each time you break the person, it actually strengthens them. So how can you defeat them if their will is inured with time?
Well, he did talk later on about like contentment or something. All contentment comes from within.
Right.
So yeah, so if you're looking at that, also like of the will and stuff like that, like I can't remember how I was gonna go with that. Keep going.
I just think like human beings were never meant to be dominated by other human beings. And because we are sinful, we always want to do that to people. And so there's always going to be these weird relationships where there are these power dynamics. Like the one that gets abused the most in my view is parents and kids. Like,
yeah, you're probably right. That probably is the one that gets abused the most.
It's like how you're older than them, so that means that like you get to, you know what I'm
and
saying?
sometimes they make it so hard.
Yeah, and like there are times, but like your
I'm like,
kids,
I could just say no right now, or I could sit and explain this.
But your kids, they'll call you on it. Like I remember one time, like I forgot something happened, and I said something. It's like last year. I said to Ryan, I was like, "Man, get out of here!" And he looked up at me and he said, "Don't talk to me like that." And I was like, I said, "Oh shit," like your kid says something like that to you, like it's over with.
He pointed.
Yeah, he pointed. So I was like,
we would have got hit no matter what, even if we were right when we were kids. You can't say something like that.
I was like, my bad. I shouldn't have said that to you. I'm sorry. I was like, please forgive me. And he forgave me. He went downstairs to school. He never brought it up again. We were fine. But like, that's a situation where it's like, that's like you said, like you would have been hit if you would have said that to your parent. Like, don't talk to me like that.
I couldn't point at I would have never done something like that. Point at my parents and say, you can't talk to me like that. No way.
Yeah, but
we would have, even if they were wrong.
Yeah, but my thing is like, it's challenging as a parent because it's like, oh, your child is rebellious, blah blah blah. Like this is where like the original sin thing I feel like gets abused or like not completed because it's like, oh, your kid is bad, so they need you to fix them. But it's like, but what about the fact that you're also bad? Because original sin means that they also have bad parents, right? Like, so like how does that work? And like, where's your responsibility? And like, so it's shit like that where I'm like looking at the way that we parent, and it's like it's harder, and it's harder on us. But like, I just feel like people are gonna have a lot to answer for, man. Like,
Yeah,
when they,
I don't
your
know.
kids are not your slaves, man.
I don't know how much harder it is though if both people are on the same page from the beginning doing that type of parenting, because like we have one kid that is, it doesn't matter what you say. If I say Vin is not wearing a bandana, he's gonna say no, he is.
Right.
It's like everything's the opposite. It doesn't matter what you say, he's always gonna say the opposite. But I've noticed that if I don't take the time to stop and like explain in his way of thinking, then it's a long argument that just goes on for like a friggin' 2 hours maybe. But if you can just stop and reason and just be like, I'm not trying to argue with you. I need you to understand what I'm saying. And so you understand what he's saying and he understands what you're saying. And like, he'll be mad quick to be like, oh, okay. And then adjust something to like.
Yeah, he has a really teachable spirit. That
yeah, 100%. But like, I think if you have that situation with kids and you did that from the beginning, I don't know if it would be, because it's hard to be a parent that's constantly fighting with your kids. And then they become teenagers. They don't want anything to do with you. That's hard.
Yeah. But like, it seems like, and I only see this in Christian parenting, to be honest with you. I don't hear secularists talking about their kids this way. I'm just being real. But like, it seems like this concept of like breaking the will of your child, like, seems to be a thing.
Oh,
and
right.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah. So like, it just seems like in a lot of because I used to go to these Bible studies and these video series and things like that, and they always made it like some battle between you and your kid, and you have to win, and you have to break the spirit of the child. And I was just like, at the time we didn't have any kids, and I was just like, oh, okay, like. But then when I had the kid in my arms, it's like, how am I supposed to break this kid's spirit? Like, what? Like, there's got to be a different way to do this, right? Like, I punked out at the end because I didn't have it in me to break the spirit of my child. But that just seems one of those like relationships where it's like, this is what you create. You create a person that ends up reacting like this to everything. Like, you cannot break what endures with time. Like, they become like super rebellious. Oh,
right. Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Super hardened because they had to endure that.
Yeah.
We have 7 kids.
I complained earlier in stream how you called me submissive. The audacity. Is that not what Muslim literally means, submissive to God? Yeah. Istislam means to submit to God. So we put mu in Arabic the way we put ER in English, right? So someone who skates is a skater. So a Muslim is one who practices submission to Allah. So yeah, to practice Islam is to practice submission to Allah. So that's what that reminded me of, because I remember distinctly being a kid and looking a family member in the eye and saying, you cannot hurt me more than I can hurt myself. And like, that was what was going on, because this person was a Jamaican parent, and so they believed in breaking the child. You know what I'm saying? And so Jamaican parents are like, beat the hell out of you. It just is what it is. That's how they were raised. That's what they were taught. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not mad about it. Like, but I remember like, that's when I started like this self-harm stuff. And that was like one of the things that was in my head when that was going on. I was like, yo, if I can do this and like maintain a straight face, then there's nothing she can do to me. And so like, that was like part of the mindset. So, that whole like part right there, like that, it brought back a lot of those like kind of crazy ideas, like thinking that way, because that's one of the reasons why I couldn't really go there with the whole like break the will of your child, because I couldn't separate what they were teaching me from what I experienced. You see what I'm saying? And I just couldn't, I couldn't justify doing that type of shit. But yeah, man, like that's what that brought up.
Well, for me, it's like the opposite because like, you know, my parents, that was the mentality. You got to kind of like break the wheel, whatever. And so I felt like people were always bugging me growing up. There was always people always after you constantly. Right. And you're like, I have no friggin' space to breathe. And even if I was outside of my parents' presence, the people there would report back to my parents. It was like it was the weirdest thing actually. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's not actually psychologically good to have like people constantly monitoring you always. You got to give people some space, but there was no space for that. And so I think, you know, with my situation, when you go from all that, then you have, shoot, I can't remember where I was going to go with that because I started thinking about how toxic that is. But your parents, you're right. They're just doing what they believe to be the thing that they should do in the moment, and it's not healthy.
Yeah, they're not trying to hurt you, but you know, that's all they know. You know what I'm saying? That's all they know about.
Oh, so that's what I was going to say. So then so I'm like, well, fine. When I get to be a parent, then I'm not going to have people bugging me. But then your parenting style is such that the kids can always have their opinions. They're always talking. So like, I'm like, yo, I was supposed to be getting some space.
They have their opinions anyway.
Yeah, I know, but
it's just whether you create an environment
where they
for
can
them
tell
to be able to express it.
Yep. So it took me a while to get on board with it though, because I was like, yo, like all this is just, I just wanted to have like, you say it does it. Like we don't have to, but that's just not how people are. And it's really a toxic environment to create for kids if you don't give them space to be able to talk and like actually, you don't know where they're at if you don't allow them to express themselves. So if you create an environment where they shut the fuck up so you don't have to hear it, then you don't know where your kids are at. And then I used to be like, what's happening with all these parents? Because their teenagers would come to me. I was in my early 20s. All their teenagers were coming to me to get advice from me. Like, what advice did I have? I wasn't married. I had no kids. Like, I thought I had a lot of advice, so I gave my advice. But I mean, but yeah, but then I see like, that's what it is. Like parents, you get, you know, I was at the store with one of my kids before all the shooting stuff started. And they said, it's so crazy because when I brought him in there, I thought to myself, I hope that nothing happens while I'm here with him. Cause usually I go by myself. But anyway, so I had him in the car. Dang it. I keep forgetting like where I was going with that. Cause I keep thinking about all the tragedy. Anyway, I don't know where I was going to go with that. Those poor people.
Yeah. Yeah, but the entire concept of like being in some jihad against your kids and like breaking their spirit, that whole shit like is weird to me.
Yeah, I agree.
And like being a middle child and like being the one that like got all of that, like I saw like it did not create, you know, a submissive child. It created a child that was, you know, and so, and it got to the point where it's like I hit puberty, so it's like your capacity to even do that, because that was the other side of it. Like because there was all this physical shit happening, like now that's gone, because now I've hit a growth spurt. Now I'm bigger than you. Mm-hmm. Now what is there?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like. Because now you have no influence, and that's kind of when in my head, I'm like, yo, if I ever have a kid, like, this is insane.
Yeah.
Like, this is like the quickest way to lose a child. Like, let me just keep challenging you and challenging you. It's like, nah. Like, I want them, like, if they because they're going to get in trouble somehow at 16. Like, I want to be the first person that they think to call.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Yep.
And I believe that we've achieved that. You know what I'm saying?
I think so.
So.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, we have, because everybody does always call us first or answer for us first. So I think that, you know, we're in a good spot with that.
Never to bend, never to break. All contentment comes from within. I have no desire to sit on any throne. Stood firm like an immovable stone.
I like this line. Because I felt like that he was conscious of his own ego and not wanting to exalt himself and worship himself, but like keep his ego where it needs to be.
Yeah, I interpreted that actually more biblically, you know, when it talks about like Jesus sitting down at the throne because he had finished all of his work.
Yep.
So I interpreted that as his work isn't done, so he has to stand. He has to keep standing. It's not time for him to rest. You know, that's when you sit on a throne. He's saying, I'm still in conquering mode. So I have to, I'm standing firm. I can't sit. I have to stand and be a movable stone.
That's interesting.
I'm not at the place right now when I could just like enjoy the fruits of my labor yet. Which is a mindset that every successful dude I've ever run into has. Like, they always act as if they're behind the 8 ball when they're so far ahead, but that's their mentality because they have a, you know. But yeah, that line is crazy to me. All contentment comes from within. That's a that's a crazy lesson. You know, like there's one place where we technically live that looks like a resort. Like the place is incredible, and it's like we've been to resorts in the area, and like the views, like this is where we live. Like like the view, it's insane. And then at the same time, like we're up here, and it just so happened that we're up here to take care of one last thing, and then like then all the shit happens while we're up here, and it's like, what? Like,
what's the?
It's just a crazy thing, but like I like the song because when a situation like that happens, and he talks about being firm and being immovable, you never know how you're going to comport yourself in a situation until those situations happen. And so I'm glad that, you know, I comported myself for the most part in a responsible way. And I'm glad that I was able to, you know, that I was lucky enough to be, you know, part of a group of people that was able to, you know, secure the area. Everybody had wives and kids in the rooms. Everybody.
In case, I mean, people watch these videos for years and years. So we just had, within the last couple days, there's been an active shooter in Lewiston, Maine, where we're from. So that was the situation. It's 2023, in case somebody's like, what happened?
Yeah. And, but all those dudes, and, you know, we had a couple incidents, and like, I looked up and there was this one dude that was like literally shaking like a leaf, like literally like terrified. And, you know, in the moment, the guys were kind of upset at him, you know, for X and Y reason. But having a night to sleep on it, it's like he still stood his ground. And him not doing something is almost braver than what we would have done. You know what I'm saying? And so like it messes with your mind as far as like what standing firm actually means. You know what I'm saying? Like, because in the moment we were all like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? And the dude was like literally shaking like a leaf. I'm being like intentionally vague here, but and we were all like, all of us were like, I went back and told you later on that night or whatever, and I was like, and like, you know, but that's why, like, you have to be careful, because our definition of stand firm would have, like, cost somebody their life.
Wow.
And it wouldn't have been
the right person.
The right person.
Yeah.
So, it's like, he actually not doing that in the face of that much danger, like, that's standing firm, actually. Like, so, it's stuff like that, you know, where it's like...
Yeah.
When you're in a crisis and you see people's true colors, like, were there people that were like cowering that should have been not? Like, I would say so. But for the most part, you had a bunch of regular, normal people in a very unregular situation doing their best with whatever anybody knew, you know, to do, but just wanting to do something because they're the people that were most important in the world to them were, you know, and that's a beautiful thing to see, man. Like, that's a, you know, everybody knew the safest place you could be is inside. But they were out there because they couldn't just stand there.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Because there are too many gateways to entry.
Yep.
So it was beautiful. It was a beautiful night, man. It's a beautiful way to like experience something like that. You know, like that's why I say, like, looking back, you know, I don't remember feeling any fear, but it's just a good feeling because I was around dudes that were like willing to do this, like, because I knew like this is the first time these dudes been in this situation, and like they never thought in a million years, you know, and like here they are, you know. That's incredible to me. That's incredible, and that's what I feel about that night. Like that's what I feel. So anyway, I saw people cower even in war, which in retrospect is completely understandable.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you know, people. It's just I really believe it's just you're born that way or you're not. That's what I really believe, and I just think like you cannot train that into a person. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't train that into a person or out of a person. Like that, the dude that was out there, like he had 2 little girls, like little girls, and like he was shaking like a leaf, but he was fucking out there because he's got 2 little girls and he's scared to death. But it's clear, like if somebody's got to get it, he wants to get it before his girls catch the bullet. Like that's just incredible. You know, and whatever he did in the face of whatever, like...
Shoot, I should have probably had his girls here.
I mean, his girl was in there too, but I'm just saying, okay, like, whatever he did, like, he was out there, and he was the bravest one out there, whether or not we recognize it. My point is, like, standing firm is, at the end of the day, it's what you're willing to do for the people that you love, ultimately. You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to Homeboy. Good on him. Clutch to your nightmares like you're possessed. Can't fight your battles with your demons suppressed. Some will wither, some will remain, and some cry wolf because they know nothing of pain.
I liked that line, can't fight your battles with your demons suppressed, because it was like you can't bury stuff inside and still win. Like you have to fight your demons, and you have to, I guess, gain control over them or get them away. You know what I mean? Like everybody has their thing. So I like that. I really liked that line. I was like, okay, yeah, you cannot suppress stuff. You can't bury stuff. You can't hide stuff. Like, you got to deal with things. And that's what gives you the strength. Because when you overcome those smaller battles in your life, then when the big stuff comes, you're like, you have the confidence based off the other things that you accomplished. So, yeah, fight your demons.
Yeah, but he says, clutch to your nightmares like you're possessed. Like
you're possessed? Yeah.
Like that. That's interesting because a nightmare is simply a bad dream.
Yeah.
It's not something that's actually in front of you currently in the material world. But a nightmare can also be a bad experience that you had that, although it's not in front of you in the material world, it inhabits the world of the past, which somehow you still inhabit. People talk about flashbacks. Like, that's a fascinating concept.
Yeah, it is.
Like you are,
especially because of what people look like too when they're having that.
You're time traveling. Your consciousness, some part of it is by locating time.
Yeah.
Not just matter, which is a very fascinating concept. But like thinking about that shit, man, it's like, wow, that's just a nightmare. That's not real. It's not in front of you right now. But you can be so caught up in what you're afraid of, whether a bad event in the past coming back and happening again to you, or even just an idea of something you think about. Like, this is my greatest fear. And now people hold on to that shit and they get to the point where, like, they feel insecure, not necessarily about the nightmare, but not holding on to the nightmare because they think if I don't hold on to it, it's going to creep up on me and it's going to hit me sight unseen, and I'd rather So it's this control mechanism where they literally hold on purpose to the worst thought that they can have, because they have become so sure that it's going to happen that they want to keep thinking about it so that it doesn't blindside them.
Yeah.
And so that's a really crazy way to think.
Yep.
But, you know, when people are gripped by and that's when they start acting.
It's so destructive.
You know, that's when they start acting out on these horrible ideas. And then, unfortunately, you run into a situation like what happened a couple days ago, and now it confirms people. You know, and you can't tell them, like, you're never going to be in the situation again. You can't tell them that because, A, that doesn't matter to them, and B, that's not true. You know, she knows, like, I've always had to sit in the power seat wherever we go. I'm always casing the place wherever we go. I've always done that.
Well, believe it or not, I always did that as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I stopped doing it when you are doing it. Well, I mean, I do it mildly. Like, I know you're going to take the power seat, so I take the other one. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But now, obviously, it is going to intensify. I mean, I do look for the exits, but I'm gonna plan my route too.
It's not with me. Like, it's the same way.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
I mean, the only thing that's different, really, is the way I drive. You know, like, I wouldn't stop it at red lights, especially that night. You know, so.
Yeah.
Those are Syrian rules, man.
Yeah.
What are y'all doing? I was just telling my parents, like, what they doing?
Yeah.
Anyway, 9.7. I really enjoyed this song.
9.8.
There you are, dear listener. And
we'll
yeah,
right
hell, I completely remember the DC Sniper. That shit was incredible.
Was that
Malvo? I think his name was something, John Lee Malvo, something like that. I don't know what it was.
Why even say his name? Like, let his name be forgotten. He was a worm.
There's two of them. All right, guys, we shall be back on the other side of the break. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin And Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. The child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of the Imperishable Flames.
I think this is song number 6, and we are doing 8 songs tonight. So let me just pull that up.
Hold on, Kai said something?
Let me pull it up.
Just give me a second.
Pull it up.
Hold on, Kai said something. I just want to make sure everything's cool with Kai. Where'd you go, buddy?
Yeah, just type it. Shorten this.
No, I think he's okay. All right, Kai's good. All right, as long as Kai's good. All right. Here we go, dear listener.
All right, so song number 6, I believe.
Right? Yeah.
I wish this stuff would just move off when I'm working. Get out of my way. Okay, it's again Grizzle Bears. Epica, Divide and Conquer is our song, and he has nothing to say. He just wants us to get right into the song. So we're about to pull that up in 2.4 seconds.
All right.
Everybody, turn up the volume.
Turn up the volume. It's Epica, you losers.
Yeah. Whoops. Oh. Why have you entangled your leg in my cord?
You good?
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear?
Oh,
all right. Salam alaikum. Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shout out to Indonesia. Gang shit. All right, guys, here we go. Where'd it go? Oh, that's disappointing. Epica, here we go.
Them all.
Them all.
Don't be merciful. When that guy was talking in the middle, it sounded like there was like a recording or something that they added in. Did you hear that?
Yeah, it was some spoken word.
Yeah, what was he saying? It sounded like he said, "Peace, I need peace" at the end. But I was like, did I put that in there?
He probably did.
Or is
mean
that what he
shit.
said?
He did mean that shit. We've reviewed a couple of these
Epica songs.
A couple songs in this band.
Mm-hmm.
At least two, probably at least three. From this
I need
band.
to go back and check because I'm pretty sure this is the band that put out one song that I've been trying to find for years.
And one of my things was like, yeah, Shorty can sing. I just don't know what the difference between them and Nightwish is.
Yeah, I do see the similarities.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm like, it's the same setup. She's an operatic type singer. You got a metal background. I'm like, I feel like that's been done. But this band is they're more on the guitar side as far as like the musicianship goes. I feel like a lot of, which if I was in that band, I would be the exact same way. I feel like a lot of Nightwish's guitar work is just to set the stage for Floor. Mm-hmm. It's not in and of itself about the song. Mm-hmm. And so as a guitarist, I think I like that a little bit more about this band. I'm not saying I still like for this genre, whatever you call this genre, Nightwish is still king to me. It's just I like that about this band. Yeah. I like the emphasis on the guitar. I feel like there's a little bit more. Hey, big homie Dan in the house. I feel like there's a little bit more respect. Some respect on the name of the guitar with this band.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Than Nightwish.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like off the rip for me. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Okay. We'll pull up the lyrics. I agree with you. I definitely thought like when she started singing, I was like, oh yeah, this kind of reminds me of Flora a little bit. So yeah, I definitely see that influence, and I also can see that they do up the guitar. So,
what that this band?
Yeah, this band plays it. Yeah, we hear more guitar. And the vocalist was less featured than in Nightwish, I thought, too. But there was...
Agree. Symphonic metal, I think, is probably the... Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, let's check them out. Divide and conquer, show no mercy, defile the honor, sow discord amongst them all. Crucify my face, will set the stage for the last play. You will not hurt our pride, nor break its strength, stirring up to hate. You will fail to practice what you preach. You'll fail to practice what you preach. Wake the force as we won't let you crucify our ways. Abomination will enrage. You know what? I'm not really sure what this song is about.
Looks to me like there's two warring factions, and one of the factions is explicitly using a divide and conquer type tactic. And the people are...
falling for that?
Yeah. The idea is that people are going to fall for it, and then there are people resisting because they're saying, we won't let you crucify our ways. So, show no mercy, defile the honor, sow discord. So the bad guys are saying, we're just going to sow discord, and then he starts off by saying, crucify my faith, and at the end of the stanza he says, we won't let you crucify our ways. Mm-hmm. So, these people are trying to impose on them a new way of living that's obviously they can't separate from their faith. And so that's the back and forth. Justify yourself. You cannot speak above our breath. I read between this vast ordained lines. Justify your acts. Your credulous will be our guests. Wake the forces. We won't let you crush our self-respect. So they're using some sort of religious motive or you know, it's like we were quoting Hitler a couple days ago when Hitler was saying that Christianity
flabby
was flimsy and a flabby religion, and that it went against nature in that Christianity does not reward survival of the fittest. So because Christianity doesn't reward a survival of the fittest, man said it's literally contrary to nature, right? Like, and so he's saying that evolution rewards, he says, renews the elite, is what he said. He didn't use the term reward. He says, in Mein Kampf, he said, evolution renews the elite through the struggle And of course, his book is called Mein Kampf. Evolution renews the elite through the struggle, you know, and it's called survival of the fittest. And so that was part and parcel for his justification, right? But there have been millions of state actors, scientists, blah, 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 that believed in natural selection that didn't take it there, right? Like, this is pretty unique to this fucking guy.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and it's the same thing with religion. It's like, I'm listening to these talks on the Crusades, and like, sure, like Islamic expansion, sure. So maybe it started out legit, but obviously subsequent Crusades and then the actions of the Crusaders, obviously after that, are damnable, horrible, and should be completely censured. I don't care what the Muslims did. Because you're out here raping, blah, 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 blah. We're Christians. Like, this is completely irreconcilable, you know? And so, but again, if you look at the history, they used religion.
Yep.
They said, you know, if you died in jihad, it's just like Islam. If you died in a crusade, you skip purgatory and you go straight to heaven. Because you're automatically canonized if you die in the crusades.
That's so bad.
If you kill in the Crusades, that shortens your time in purgatory. Think about that. If you kill in the Crusades, it shortens your time in purgatory. Because if you die in the Crusades, you completely skip purgatory. Which at the time, you know, it's still the Middle Ages, man. Like, they had a pretty graphic... Like, if you're an evangelical, everything that you thought about hell was envisioned in purgatory. So... if you could get my point is like, okay, so he used Darwinism, these people use Christianity, like, you know, there's always a justification, and there's always people that are going to say, I don't care what your religion says, I don't care what your science says, I don't care what your ethics say, I don't care about none of that. Like, y'all are wrong. Like, you're going to beat me in an argument, but you guys are wrong. So I'm going to be John Brown and set fire to your plantations, bro. Like, see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that is kind of like the energy with these people. Like, the guys who are fighting back are saying, we're not going to allow this. Seek the mastermind, the one who's always right. We're searching now and endlessly to set us free. Seek the mastermind, the one you will find. We have to find a way to change our destiny. Hate and fear corroded all our hopes and dreams.
Yeah, that was the line. That was the one that stuck out to me.
Line.
Yep. Hate and fear corroded all our dreams. Damn, isn't that true?
Yeah, there's a video going around right now about one of the he's an old guy, he's about 70, and he said you know, his son died a couple days ago, and he said, I'm not gonna hate this person. And this was before this guy's body was discovered. He said, I can't hate this person because I wasn't raised that way. And then he said, that man probably had a mom and dad who can't believe that their son did this right now. So how can I hate a mom and dad? And I can't believe this is happening right now. And I'm like, damn.
Holy shit.
And he said, that's not going to bring my son back. Hating him is not going to bring my son back. So I can't hate this dude. I'm thinking to myself, like, I remember like being so angry and be like, this motherfucker. I remember being so offended, like, this guy's got my wife in a room, like, afraid for her life, man. Like, this motherfucker. And like, I hated that dude. Like, really, really hated that dude. Like, I hated him. And I like desperately wanted to see him. Like, if God would have said, listen, man, you're going to get to see this dude, but like, I'm going to take your right eye. God strike, I would have took the deal. I hated him. Just for the fact that you were in the situation. See what I'm saying? This dude actually lost his child. Like, he actually, I hated this dude. I didn't believe any of mine were gonna die that night. Like, I was so angry at this dude just because you were back there afraid. Like, and then I'm like, watching this father, like, saying this through tears and saying, hate's not going to bring my son back. And I'm like, damn, bro, like, how hard it is to, like, live, like, according to the standard of how we're supposed to live. Like, how easy it is to just fall into hate and then justify it. Like, I hate this dude, and I'm allowing myself to hate this dude, because if I see this motherfucker, I need to be able to do what needs to be done. So it's like, oh, boom, there's your justification. Like, yeah, because you always have some justification.
I wasn't over here afraid for my life. I had times where I was scared for the kids. That was if I had to, you know what I mean? Like, but I'm saying that to say, yeah, you brought something into your head and, like, circled that around a bunch, because I wasn't terrified for my life over here. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you put that in there because that you needed a reason. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you look pretty scared to me. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, me back then, that was the mindset.
Yeah.
Like, whether it was, like, factually correct, that's what I was, that's the mindset that I was in, but. And, like, yeah, like I said, there's justification for it, sure, because most of us would justify that, but at the end of the day, it's like, nah, man, there's no justification for me to hate anybody. So, it's like, well, if you can't, like, do something to somebody, like what you want to do without hating them, then maybe you shouldn't do it. And I'm not at the place where I can accept that. I just can't accept that right now.
Wow.
So, not with y'all. Like with me, fine, but you know, if you guys were elsewhere and it was just me by myself, then yeah.
Yeah, I have a situation right now where somebody's they're going to pay, but I don't have any ill will or hate in my heart. But
yeah, you're gonna pay for sure.
You know, tax collector's about to show up.
For sure. For sure.
I mean, you but it's been going on for you know what I'm saying? So like, it just
to yourself, bro.
Huh?
Yeah, no, that situation, like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that situation's different. That situation's different. But yeah, it's challenging. It's challenging.
That is
like,
such a wow, babe. That is such a principle. Like, can you say? Like, I think that I've been applying, like, some of that, but, like, to that level, or, like, to say it like that, you always say, like, quotable stuff. Like, I could, if I started, like, a book of quotes from you, I could probably sell that. You come up with some really good stuff. But, yeah, if you can't do something without the hate, if the hate is what's motivating it, how is that any different than, remember how you said, like, don't make any decisions off of, like, ego, fear, and pride, but hate could also be added in there.
Yeah. Ego, fear, and guilt.
Yeah. Did I throw guilt out of there?
No, I always say don't ever do anything that's when it's motivated by ego, fear, or guilt. Yeah, add middle as a moderator for sure. Yeah, man, like the song is challenging because I also think about.
You can leave him as a moderator. You don't have to test it.
Yeah, I also think about, like, how easy it is to get into an argument with a close friend based on what we see in the media.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you think about Ukraine, COVID, Israel, Palestine right now.
Yeah.
Like, these things, like, it's systematically.
Yeah.
And they automatically bifurcate us. And, like, sometimes it's hard for me to understand, like, the Ukraine stuff. It was very hard. It's, to this day, still hard for me to understand. But, you know, you had 4 years of it with Trump and Russiagate. Like, the media just has these things, and it's just, like, it's incredible. Like, it's like they're betting 1,000 right now. It's, like, dividing the country, like, right down the middle. And I still haven't really figured out the algorithm.
And it's weird. Remember when we saw that thing where it was, like, all the news stations were saying the exact same words? What topic was that on? But it's like, who's pulling the strings? You know what I mean?
That was that whole montage.
What's the agenda behind all of that?
That's the montage where, like, all these companies. I did a Middle America on it. They're owned by, like, 4. Yeah. All these news agencies are owned by, like, 4 companies, maybe like 3 or 2. Mm-hmm. So, like, they all said the same thing, but, like, they've mastered how to divide us. And I thought, if you'd asked me a year ago, I would have said the number one way to combat that is with information.
Yeah.
But
You changed?
No, I've changed because...
How do you combat it?
Because they've successfully been able to reach people at an emotional level. Like, people emotionally hate Elon Musk now.
Yeah.
When before, 3 years ago, the Washington Times was saying that he was going to save the world. Everybody admired Elon Musk 3 years ago.
It's not information.
And then, what happened is he bought Twitter, and Twitter no longer became their hub of their propaganda hub, and so they punished him for that by now directing people to hate him, and now people genuinely hate the dude, and like they genuinely, and then they believe that they can like comment on, call him stupid and all that. I'm like, wait, what? Elon Musk is stupid now? Like. It's like Jenk saying, Trump doesn't know anything about money. It's like, all right, Jenk. Okay.
Remember when
like they've just done a really good job at dividing us, and I don't really know what the solution is because they got him on the intellectual and the emotional level. Like,
oh, you don't have an answer?
I have no answer, but I know that information isn't the solution. It wasn't the solution with Russiagate. It wasn't the solution with Ukraine, Russia. It's not the solution with Israel. It's not the solution with. So information is not the solution.
Yeah.
You can talk all day about
right.
Hamas, and it doesn't matter. It's Israel. So I don't know what the answer is, but it's definitely not more information.
Right.
Because folks are on the emotional line. Think about Trump. Whether you love or hate Trump, like it's extreme emotions both ways. You know what I'm saying? Like there's, so. The whole divide and conquer thing, I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not a big, like, conspiracy guy. I'm a big, like, fact guy. If I have a conspiracy, or if I hear a conspiracy that I agree with, I just won't comment on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I won't say anything.
Yeah, but information is not necessarily the problem. It's false information, right? If you said information is what was needed, what we need the truth, right? Because we can't decipher sometimes the truth from lies.
Okay, so now we have the truth about Russiagate, and does that change anything? It doesn't change anything. So, because when you get somebody at the emotional level, it's over, right? If you tell a person that Trump, the DOJ is unfairly going after him, I agree. However. He did give them fucking material.
Yeah.
He did brag on the phone about
sharing
this shit. Like, he did the shit.
Right.
Does it matter?
Right.
To a Trump supporter? No. Like, they don't care. So, like, I have no idea. Yeah. I just know that information, whether it's truthful and factual, I'm not going to say it's irrelevant. I just don't think it's not effective in getting us to, getting the populace at the lay level to stay united. They've figured out some sort of formula to where these things are always going to go right down certain lines, and information won't mean a damn thing. And I tip up. As I said, this is going to be the golden age. In 20 years, this time period is going to be known as the golden age of psychological operations for sure, because you got to give it to them.
You're probably right. Yeah.
I give it to y'all. I tip my hat to you. Well done. So much more could be said.
This one's an 8.9 for me.
9.4. 9.4, I'd say, for this one.
We'll be right back, you guys. More to come.
More to come, dear listener. More to come. Stay tuned. We have a wonderful song. I think this is a Riv song. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at ensori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review.
A positive review.
Get what you get.
It's just Rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/You Vin And Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We're in the midst of the Imperishable Flames. Flames. This is their stream key, the Orberus, I believe. This is not Divide and Conquer from Epica. We just did that.
The next song on the list. Oh, I'm gonna let you know.
Geist of Razgriz. Daniel Kahn and the Painted Beard. 6 million Germans.
Bird, not beard.
Nakam.
You do have a nice beard, though. We can talk about a beard. I've never seen anybody's beard come together like this one. This is the best beard. All right, let's see what he has to say. Oh. Go ahead.
6 million Germans Nakam is a song about the Jewish poet and rebel Abba Hovner of Poland, who was the first Jew to directly identify the planned genocide of the Jewish people of Europe by the Germans. He fought in modern-day Lithuania and... Let me shrink that. He fought in modern-day Lithuania. The horrors of the Holocaust came up with a plan to kill 6 million Germans indiscriminately for the horrors of the Holocaust. As history turns to another nightmarish chapter in Palestine where Israeli bombs are indiscriminately bombing civilians and, in my view at least, committing a genocide against Palestinians, this song comes to mind. A bitty about Daniel Kahn. He's a Jewish-American actor and singer based now in
Germany.
Deutschland. Okay, I'm very surprised at the language here, River. But okay. It's been a very emotional couple weeks for all of us, especially if you're identifying with the Palestinian cause, which I know I do, and I know Riv does. Here we go, dear listener. I forgot the name of the song already. But here we go. Controversial song from a usually 6 million Germans Nakam. Let's do it.
In 1945, among the Jews who were left alive, there came a visionary man who turned his wrath into a plan. Abba Kovner was his name. As a partisan, he earned his fame. He once was a Vilna rebel Jew, a poet warrior through and through. He met some surviving ghetto fighters. Zionists and socialists conspired. They gathered in a Lublin flat and around the kitchen table sat. They gave themselves a Hebrew name, and with this word they did proclaim that vengeance is what God would will were there a God. And so they'd kill
6 million Germans.
You might say it was insane.
6 million Germans.
That it was misdirected pain.
6 million Germans.
They didn't want the war to end.
6 million Germans.
They wanted one thing, Nakam, revenge. For every Jew the Nazis gassed, for every racist law they passed, for every wrong that wasn't right, for all the dead Nakam would fight. They formed a band of 40 strong to straighten out been wronged. They chose to poison water mains, just as the Jews of old were blamed. In Nuremberg and Hamburg town, their agents worked the underground. They took up jobs by the riverside and waited for the poison to arrive. Kovner went to Tel Aviv to see what help he could receive. But the Haganah did not agree to join in his conspiracy.
6 million Germans.
You might say it wasn't right.
6 million Germans.
That an eye for an eye leaves all without sight.
6 million Germans.
They didn't want to make amends.
6 million Germans.
They wanted one thing, Nakam, revenge. Kovner headed back with vials of poison in his sack upon a British naval ship. But to his plans the Brits were tipped. They took him into custody, and the poison fell into the sea. And Kovner spent a year in jail, and so Plan A did not prevail. The rest of the group was all dispersed, and all their backup plans were cursed. But an agent in a bakery, he got some poison from Paris, and as soon as the poisoned bread had risen, took it to an Allied prison. And various reports have said there were hundreds of SS prisoners dead.
6 million Germans.
You might say that it was wrong.
6 million Germans.
But were their actions weak or strong?
6 million Germans.
And who are we to judge and condemn?
6 million Germans.
Well, they wanted one thing, Nakam, revenge. And so Nakam was all disbanded. On Palestina's shores they landed. And Abba Kovner and his crew became like many other Jews. They put aside their rage and hate, and they worked to build a Jewish state with Jewish towns and Jewish farms and Jewish guns and nuclear arms. Now, can vengeance put upon the shelf be taken out later on someone else? Well, careful how you read this tale, lest your own prejudice prevail. For look around the world today and consider the role that vengeance plays. For history has its unpaid debts, and is it better if we forget?
6 million Germans.
You might say it was absurd.
6 million Germans.
But what becomes of a dream deferred?
6 million Germans.
And how could they just start again?
6 million Germans.
They wanted one thing.
Nakam, revenge.
Ooh, boy. River.
Are we gonna get in trouble for this review?
River. So many things I could say.
Where will this go?
First of all, I will say about the lyricist of this song, the way they did the twist toward the bottom third, definitely a major hat tip to whoever did that, because that was an insanely brave lyrical twist there. Leah is saying it's a brave song. Leah and I are probably going to agree vociferously on this review. But it's an extremely provocative thing to do, and especially at such a time as this, River. I mean, right. Good night. But I mean, look, that's the punk That's the punk. That's the metal spirit, man. It's kind of a middle figure to convention, and I think they did a really, really good job. And it's a message that needs to be heard, and it needs to be proclaimed far and wide. So I'll let you go before I take off.
No, I definitely want you to go. Well, I'll say this one thing. I was very surprised at what the song sounded like. It was not what I expected. For some reason, because of
it had that Yiddish.
Yeah,
that Yiddish kind of feel to it.
Yeah. But yeah, I actually
based in Europe. That's a European tradition. Go ahead, continue.
So I'm wanting you to break down the lyrics with us. So.
But go ahead. What were you saying about that part, though?
No, I was just saying that I was a little surprised by what it sounded like, and it took me a minute to like adjust. I didn't.
What did you expect it to sound like?
Like an old, like kind of like, because it was, the topic we're talking about, it's kind of like, like a date, like it's an older topic. So I thought it was going to have like that. You remember that one about the violinist in the war?
Yeah, the funerary dirge of the violinist.
I guess something like
That's
I was
so
thinking
funny.
like that.
That's so funny. I was thinking about that when I was in Hannaford's in Monmouth.
Really?
Yeah, that song. I was like, I'm gonna find that song, and I completely forgot about it because I was talking to homeboy. Okay, so yeah, so you were expecting that type of
but then
okay, so it's metal, like metal looking backwards.
Yeah. But this one, like, it surprised me a little bit, but I adjusted. But I will say the way that the music went, it was kind of like
cheery.
Yeah. And so I kind of kept getting sucked into like the festival of
Marchy,
it.
Yeah.
And I was so I'm like, let's get into the lyrics because I'm.
Well, I mean, there's a story in the Bible where like the prophet has to kind of call the king out on his bullshit, but the king could execute you at a whim. And so what he does is he tells a story that replicates the situation.
Right.
That doesn't automatically get him killed before he kind of drops.
That was the kill thing. I thought it was that he was trying to get the king to hear him.
Doesn't almost get him killed before he drops the hammer.
Okay.
And this song kind of reminded me of that kind of tradition within Judaism. Here we go. So in 1945, among the Jews who were left alive, there came a visionary man who turned his wrath into a plan. Abba Kovner was his. Abba means father, I think. Abba Kovner was his name, and as a partisan, he earned his fame. He was a Vilna rebel Jew, a poet warrior through and through. So that's Riv was talking about that. It was like the communist Jews or whatever that he was part of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Middle Earth really got blocked, bro. Holy shit.
What happened?
I'll tell you at commercial break.
Oh.
I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? Like, we good.
I couldn't get him off the block. I didn't see him even on there.
Yeah. He met some surviving ghetto fighters. Remember, the Jews, prior to them being shipped off into the trains onto Auschwitz, etc. First thing they did prior to that was put them in these ghettos. You took all their property, you took all their means of earning a living, so you put them all in a ghetto and pretty much put them in an open air prison. And what ended up happening was there were Jewish resistance fighters because they're Semites, so they're not just going to lay down there, and they're going to resist. And so they, even though they were put in those kind of open air prisons, they resisted. Now, I am sure that to the German military, those resistors would probably be called terrorists. But we look at them as resistors, and rightfully so, because anybody that's forcibly put into an open air prison is in risk of being a genocide. And so anybody at risk of being genocided absolutely has a right, especially at the secular level, of self-defense. Wouldn't you agree? He met some surviving ghetto fighters. Zionists and socialists conspired. They gathered in a Lubenflat and round the kitchen table sat. And, Zionist today has a much different connotation than Zionist back then. Back then, you're you're talking about a homeland for the Jewish people. Back then, you're trying to deal with the global trauma of the Holocaust. So Zionism was sort of a solution for the entire Western world to justify that trauma and the horror of what happened to those people. Zionism today is just colonial Western expansionism. And so it's a way for us to dominate the Middle East by proxy is what Zionism is today. And that's why Zionism is so protected by everyone. That's important. So my point is, back then in the early 40s, even mid-late 40s, even 50s, the term Zionist was something completely separate than what it is today. So there you go. It should be noted that Zionists and socialists of the time did not agree with each other politically. Like, they hated each other. But after the war, they could put that aside for a plan. Right? Like, so that's a pretty significant moment. Right? Like, you had Jesus, he brought in a tax collector and a zealot. And the zealots were what you would call terrorists today. They were Hamas, Hezbollah, whatever you want to call them. Those were the zealots who hated the Roman government and hated the Roman occupation and hated the traitors to the Roman occupation. And now here's Matthias or Matthew, and he's a tax collector, literally aiding and abetting the enemy.
Yeah.
And then Jesus, puts him in his inner circle. There you go. This on the other side, they're able to band socialists and Zionists together who normally would hate each other for the cause of hate. Okay, so Jesus had these two together for the cause of love, and this particular Jewish individual brought them together for the cause of hate. And the fact of the matter is, our media has figured that out, that you can bind together people by love, and you can also bind them together by hate. What they figured about hate, though, is that it's a lot quicker to bind people together by hate.
It requires less logic.
Love.
Correct. Like if you're gonna motivate people by love, you also have to have logic involved because people are calm and they're gonna think stuff through. But if people are angry and enraged, they're liable to just do what you say because you brought them to a certain state of emotion rather than them actually having to think it through. So yeah, angry people are much easier to control than people guided by love.
They they gave themselves a Hebrew name, and with this word they did proclaim that vengeance is what God would will. Were there a sod, and so they'd kill.
Sod? I thought that meant soil. Were there a sod?
Well, sod wasn't that one of their things? Blood and soil? Blut and Guden? Is it blood and soil?
I don't understand the line. Were there a sod, and so they'd kill? The vengeance.
Yeah, I don't know. Help us out with that line. Were there a sod, and so they'd kill. Yeah, there you go. Vengeance is what God would will.
Oh, God. It should be God. That's right. Right. When we heard the song, I did hear it say God.
Yeah, were there a God.
Were there a God.
We're their God. We are their God, and so they'd kill. Yeah, I mean... obviously, the New Testament makes it clear that God's people are no longer agents of vengeance.
Nope.
We're agents of mercy.
Right.
And that it is the
blessings.
non-believers who are agents of vengeance. And when the non-believer acts in such a way as to bring about God's vengeance, that's not something we should condemn. So, that's the New Testament ethic relative to violence, I think. But in Judaism, apparently, especially it's the Judaism that's represented by Mr. Ben Shapiro, it appears that there is a heavy primer on vengeance. Just pure vengeance for vengeance sakes is what it looks like.
Yeah.
As Mr. Shapiro, in reaction to I think the number was 4,000 versus 30. I think the number was, or maybe was it 400? It was 400 dead Palestinian children versus 30 American children. I mean, I'm sorry, Israeli children is what I was seeing there. So let me just see here. That's right. Yeah, 30 Israeli children versus 400 Palestinian kids have been reportedly killed so far. So yeah, there's a bit of a mismatch there. But if you're operating with the vengeance that's obviously in Mr. Shapiro's heart, he can see that kind of bombing and know that innocent men, women, little children, and babies are being killed. And Mr. Shapiro can, with complete comfort, saying they can fuck right off, and he can say that publicly.
Mm-hmm.
And he believes that there's going to be enough people that will support that sort of genocidal mindset.
Yep.
Because now his anger is justified because, God forbid, something happened to hit folks. Weren't you the dude telling all the people crying about Tamir Rice and Philando Castile? Weren't you telling people the facts don't care about your feelings and all that other stuff and calling everybody snowflakes and telling everybody to suck it up? Now it happened to your folks, and all your emotionalism is justified. That's not because he's Jewish. That's because he's human. That's human nature, y'all. That's human nature. All right. 6 million Germans. You might say it was insane, that it was misdirected pain. They didn't want the war to end. They wanted one thing. Necham. Revenge. Yeah, man. That was kind of where Brother John Brown went wrong. Brother John Brown said, no, we have to have a civil war. We have to have a civil war, because he believed that it needed blood atonement, that the soil needed blood to justify itself after the crime of slavery. And so Mr. Brown would pray for and do his best to catalyze the Civil War, because he felt that America needed to be punished, and he knew how destructive a civil war would be on America. It turned out he was right. And it's very interesting when you listen to the theology, how the theology evolved, especially in the South, relative to interpreting the ramifications of what this means as far as who won the theological debate about slavery, and seeing how Southern pastors had to come to grips with that. It's a very, very interesting read, for sure. As of yesterday, 7,500 Gazans were killed. Half of them are children. The UN confirmed this number shortly after President Biden said he doesn't believe the numbers. And that's why I was saying, like, yeah, people were afraid in my city a couple days ago, for sure, at this time, for sure. And like I said, I had to be out there at least to get my son, right? But I said, hey, we need to keep in mind that what we're facing right now as a once-in-a-lifetime event, the Gazans are facing as a rule every day now, times 50, considering. I was told that I was politicizing the suffering of my people here by people who had never even inhabited the city that I was in. I wrote that in the middle of the crisis in the city. Literally through the glare of the blue lights of the sheriffs that had the paddy wagon for the SWAT team that they got away from Portland because Lewiston doesn't have those assets. I was told by an outsider I was politicizing. No, I wasn't. I was prioritizing. I was prioritizing those people, not because I'm a good person, but because we had a moment where people could emotionally connect with those Gazans. Mm-hmm. That's what I was going for. Mm-hmm. You're at the height of your emotion because you're worried that the shit is happening to Americans right now as you speak. Okay, let me transfer that emotion to the Gazans.
Yeah.
Because I don't need it. I don't need it. My family doesn't need it. Dudes outside didn't need it. We didn't need that. The Gazans need it, though. Mm-hmm. We had the eternal bankroll of the United States behind us. If this dude broke state lines, we believe there would have been a nationwide manhunt for the dude, right? We didn't believe that the almost infinite bankroll of the American military was against us.
Right.
Because if they were against us, who could rescue us? They formed a band of 40 strong to straighten out what had been wrong. They chose to poison water mains just as the Jews of old were blamed. That was a really interesting line, man, because that was something that they were blamed for.
Poisoning the water, the main
Poisoning
water
the water main. All this like mysterious shit where you couldn't prove it, but everybody would get fucked up.
Oh.
You would put it on the Jews. And so they're like, yeah, let's incarnate as that. Like, holy
Nero
shit.
did that too with the Christians.
Incredible.
He said they burned down the city.
Yeah, but kind of everybody knew he was full of shit. And it was really only him. But this is like a nationwide propaganda thing where like the entire government is doing this. You see what I'm saying? So like that right there is insane. Like that's how hate, when it foments and ferments in your mind, man, like can give birth to all of those. You know what I'm saying? Like all that crazy justification and all that shit when you're in your head. Now you want to talk about killing 6 million Germans. Like, how are you going to square that, bro? You're going to kill a bunch of, you know what? I think they kill like 2 million babies. You're going to kill. You're going to kill.
That's the thing.
2 million German babies.
If it's wrong, it's wrong. No matter if it's done in retaliation, it's still wrong. Like, you can't kill other people's babies because your baby's not there.
Yeah.
And if we don't get that, like, literally that whole eye for an eye makes the whole world blind is true. We have to get that. We have to get it that vengeance and all that stuff is not gonna get us where we need to go. Word.
Yeah, I mean, you know, vengeance feels good, you know, but see, here's the thing, is like, you don't want to really look at vengeance in the face. Like, vengeance is Hamas taking that girl, violating her, murdering her, throwing her in the back of their truck like she's like some roadkill that they picked up a deer on the street, and then parading her around while folks are spitting on her and all that shit. No matter what the fuck those Israelis did to you, there is no human being that is going to justify that shit. And there is no Homo sapien, especially man on the planet, that's going to watch you do that bullshit to a woman and not hate you. But I know what happened to them people. What happened to those people was that they stewed in that hate.
That's what it is.
And they stewed in an environment where people justified hate, where people did not hold themselves accountable to cleanse their heart. You know why? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in his Quran, vengeance is prescribed to you in matters of the slain. Qisas. Life for life, wound for wound, burn for burn, slave for slave. That's what it says in the Quran. There's no turn the other cheek in the Quran. There's none of that in the example of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There was patience in testing, and then jihad. That's it. Be patient until you get the numbers, and then do what you need to do. So Hamas, they had the numbers, they did what they did, and it says, be harsh with the disbelievers and do not fear the blame of the blamers. So there's enough. Now, I'm not saying that because Muslims are bad. That's because Muslims are human. And Mr. Ben Shapiro, he's got multiple generations of Talmudic scholars that talk about rejoicing over the spilling of Gentile blood, etc., etc. I'm not saying that he's saying that because he's Jewish. They have that shit because they're human. And we have the Lord Jesus Christ telling us to not resist the evil person, to pray for those who persecute us, and to turn the other cheek. And he said that because he was human, but he was more than human. I cannot explain that kind of ethic when the two giants in religion couldn't either A, come up with it in Moses' case, or B, tolerate it in Muhammad's case. But you guys keep talking about the 3 Abrahamics, but only one of them does not have a lex talionis.
What's that?
A eye for eye, tooth for tooth, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. Only one of them says you need to stop the cycle of violence, even if it gets physical. And only one of them ever demonstrated that with his life.
Yeah. 100%.
But, if you're talking about what happened to the Jewish people and the Israelis, they are still using the Holocaust to this day to justify the bullshit actions they're committing against those Palestinians.
Yeah.
And I think
can't do that.
That is fucking gross.
I agree.
That's what I think.
I agree. And you're supposed to learn the lesson. Like, you're supposed to learn that was how your people were treated. You should not treat other people like that. But the lesson is
never
learned.
again.
You go out.
It's supposed to be for all of fucking humanity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never again.
Yeah.
Is not for you and the descendants of yours from Europe.
Yeah.
Never again is about the entire world. Like, we're never going to allow this to happen ever again, where one group of people is completely powerless against the military superiority of another group of people, and they get systemically eliminated. Like, we're never going to sit by again and let that happen.
Yeah. That's what it should be.
What never again is supposed to mean.
Yeah.
So, you're going to have to miss me with the Holocaust references. You know, somebody was talking to me today about it. I said, tell me the general or the brigadier commander of the Palestinian Air Force. There's about a 5-minute pause because this person actually Googled it. God bless him. Then they put a question mark, meaning, I don't know. And I said, exactly. Because there is no Palestinian Air Force, dear listener. There's an Israeli Air Force. You go and ask anybody that knows anything about warfare, anything, and say, country A has no official military, has no navy, and has no Air Force, has no air assets whatsoever. Country B has an infinite supply of all of those things. And ask them if there's a war between those two countries.
Come on, dude.
They're going to say no.
Right.
All that can happen between country A and B is that B massacres A.
Complete genocide.
That's it.
Yeah.
They said that their focus and their emphasis was on damage and not on accuracy in response to people talking about civilian casualties. They said, before we bomb universities and schools and hospitals, we always give a warning. As if 2.2 million people confined in an open-air prison can actually get out an hour or two before you start bombing. Think about this. You've got 3 port gateways of exit, okay, among 2.2 million fucking people.
You know what happens when you leave a concert?
Exactly.
Imagine that with that many people. What'd you say?
That's why you leave that motherfucker before they come back on the encore, even though you know the guy's coming back for 2 songs. You leave early because you know that you're not getting out that bitch if you stay right till the end of the show. So some of y'all get up and leave early. Okay, now multiply that by 2.2 million desperate fucking people.
That's so bad.
Listen, if Hamas, if the people that violated that young woman and chucked her in the back of their truck, and the people who were spitting on her, all of them dudes, by the way. The people were spitting on that girl. I don't give a fuck if she was pure-blooded fucking Jew settler, water. I don't give a fuck. You don't do that to women. And you cannot show me in the expansive hadith literature and the expansive seerah literature of Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the Rashidim, the rightly guided Khalif. You show me one instance in which they treated the enemy this way. I'm not saying that they were innocent people. If they would have taken Shorty and put her on some slave market, that would have been completely Islamic. Sorry, Muslims, that's the truth. But the fact of the matter is, you violated her, killed her, and paraded her body around, spit on her body, hit her, all types of crazy shit. You cannot even find that in the seerah or hadith literature of your prophet. I'm almost certain that he would have had Umar take your head off of your motherfucking shoulders if he would have seen you do some shit like that. So, like, that's what I'm saying. In these situations, it's horrible because, like, you keep everybody, you keep falling off on the ditch. And I understand. It's insane. Like, I understand everybody. Like, I understand Shapiro, because Shapiro believes that the whole world is against him. And he believes that if you support Palestine, that you want Jewish people dead. That's what he believes. So he feels that his folks are being murdered on camera and that the world just doesn't give a fuck. So that's what justifies him openly celebrating the deaths of these innocent women and children. I know how that feels, to have your folks be killed on camera and feel like a majority of people just don't give a fuck, Mr. Shapiro.
Yeah.
I know how he feels. I also know how the Palestinians feel. By being a minority, an actual numerical minority in a country of people that are treating you like absolute garbage. And there's nothing that can be done about it. I know how they feel. And I know, and that's why I had to debate the Black Israelites, because that you can get there.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I said to them, which is, yo, I don't trust your religion because it doesn't take anything supernatural for a black person to hate white people. Mm-hmm. So I'm not really feeling your religion. So, like, all of us are dealing with this.
Yeah.
Anytime there's any sort of, and I see it with people who are, like, identifying with the Palestinian cause, they're losing themselves, man. Because if you watch what's happening on the internet, there's this whole rash of, like, TikTok videos of Jewish families mocking Palestinians, talking about needing batteries, not being able to take showers, all types of shit. And so that's getting cycled. And I was like about to retweet it, and now the Lord's like, for what? Why retweet that? What is that going to do? How is that going to benefit? Now listen, I'm going to retweet UNICEF's numbers and all that. Like, people need to be informed about what the hell is going on. But why cycle that video? For what? So by God's grace, I didn't recycle it. But think about that mindset. You got people that really believe that it's okay. These people don't have water. There's no electricity. There's no internet. And you got these Jewish, and you got parents involved doing this, mocking Palestinian people. And so it's like, how do you expect a kid who's impressionable, who's getting flooded with testosterone and all the whatever his pituitary gland is spitting out into his bloodstream, how do you expect somebody to look at that and not go ballistic? Right. And so, like, this fomentation of hate is just cyclical, and somebody's got to say, I'm out.
Right.
Somebody's got to say, I'm out.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm not getting there. Sorry.
I don't know what it's like to be in a massive conflict like that and to be the one that says, I'm going to turn the other cheek. But there's got to be some amazing blessing that comes when you do that, because it's so friggin' impossible to do. But when you're the one that says, I'm going to end this conflict and I'm not going to get my revenge,
I think that the blessing is the act itself, because you get freed from the necessity for vengeance. Because, and you kind of don't know what it's like, but in Jesus's context, folks were playing for keeps. And like, when people start dying and people start killing, those concepts take on a completely different understanding when people are playing for keeps. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so,
yep,
it's a different situation. And I was having a hard time, like that whole night. You know, like there's a lot of guns in this state. There's a lot of guns where it's a difficult situation. You know, and yeah, it's tough. So anyway, it just says to me, man, like we're all in the same situation. We're just in different cycles of who's in power over who, but we're all in the same situation. When you're the person in power, can you be responsible with the power that you have to use it in a way that brings all human beings up? Or is it, I'm going to deploy this short window of power and time to boost only my people up and make sure that in the next generation that we're still on top and we can just keep repeating process because we don't care about humanity. We just care about really us. And we say it's patriotism, but it's just because we just so happen to be here. So it's a challenging song because like, obviously it's a challenge to what's currently happening modern day. But I think it's a challenge to all of us because all of us, like I said, history is just a seesaw, man, of who's in power and who's not. And we all continuously need to learn the same lessons, how to handle power and how to handle oppression. Like,
yeah,
it seems to be one of the main lessons that humanity needs to learn. And I believe that we've got the only philosophy that can harmonize all of the practical, existential, physical, and metaphysical realities that make for that kind of dynamic. So, anyway, that's my pitch.
Yeah.
9.3.
8.3.
Yes, and to Leah's point, I was specifically saying Hamas when I was describing what was done to that girl because I want to delineate between Palestinians and Hamas.
Yeah.
Your average Palestinian cannot bring themselves to even arm themselves, much less shoot. Remember, I mean, these are the same people. When you see the pictures of the kids throwing rocks at tanks, those are Palestinians. If the kid wanted guns, he would have done so, right? Like, the Palestinians are not people who are violent people who just want to whatever. That's why I'm specifically talking about Hamas. Good call out, Leah. I appreciate it. All right, guys. So commercial break. We got another song on the way. Oh, what did you give it? I gave it a 9.3.
I gave it an 8.3.
You gave it an 8.3. Okay, there you go.
Ian's message is just cute. I just rode my bike this whole song reaction. I'm just figuring me.
One more song,
we'll
dear
be right
listener.
back.
We shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin And Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. Buy our merch indeed. And a child shall lead them to buy our merch. Apologies. I don't know what happened to the light. It got super friggin' bright. Hello. Hold on, let me change this. Color. Oh, that's weird. I'm trying to get back to the other one. You guys, we can do an Ask Me Anything while we wait for Vinny to come back. It's just gonna take me a minute to get my light situated. What is everybody keeps talking about chocolate milk tonight? It's honestly making me want chocolate milk. Come on, where's the two-tone lights? Tune the color? No. Color mode? Ah! Vinny's on his way. I don't have this fixed. Well, that's kind of weird. Yeah, I like chocolate milk. And somebody was talking about chocolate milk earlier. I think it was like Jetta or something. And she was saying how her stomach is all upset from drinking too much of it. I was like, ooh. Wait. Oh, it is you. Oh, you changed your profile picture. Yeah. So when you said it and you were like, I drank it so fast, I was like, oh, she's going to get sick. And sure enough. All right, you guys, ask me anything. Jet, what is your favorite brand? I don't have a favorite brand of chocolate milk. I don't drink a lot of it. But I think whenever I've gotten it, it's always been like the Oakhurst one. Ovaltine? Is that really good? I've only seen commercials for it. But they kind of were like, I thought kind of like sliding it like it was something kind of healthy for kids. So I think I got it in my head that it wouldn't taste that good. I don't know if that's true or not. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It seems like there's only like 2 people here now. Milka? Is that a brand, Hal? You know what? I noticed when you start like traveling around, all the different brands, they introduce like either like some really great stuff or like really trash stuff. Sometimes I got stuff when we were traveling and the stuff was like tasted stale or old or weird. I'm like, why are these people selling this trash? Here you go.
All right, good listener. Here we go. Did you introduce the song yet?
Mm-mm.
Of course. Okay, guys. This is our last and final song, but never you fear. We're coming right back here tomorrow. Tomorrow, indeed. All right, here we go, dear
listener. Is Swiss Miss Swiss chocolate? That was always my favorite.
Serious?
What?
All right, here we go.
Oh.
Blood Moon from Misery Biz. This song is from progressive mellow death band Descend's 2020 album, The Deviant. This album was one of my favorites from 2022.
Okay.
Okay, so the name of this band is Descend, right? The name of the band is Descend. The name of the song is Blood Moon.
Yes.
Which is interesting, because everybody was talking about the blood moon when Jesus is supposed to come back or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh. Yeah, because the moon would turn to blood.
Yeah.
The phrase was.
Yeah, it's the 4 blood moons and the Shemitah.
We've had a bunch of blood
all
moons.
All that nonsense. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Descend. Blood moon. Let's do this shit.
Man, I could have bite you.
song was tough, bro.
Yeah.
That song was tough. It sounds like it's the last song in a concept record. It sounded like to me.
Oh yeah, it could have been
because the guy starts off. Okay, so they're a progressive mellow death band.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like progressive as a genre, but these guys are the reason that I can tolerate progressive, because there's bands like this that do shit like this. But most of the time, progressive is just, look what I can do! I did 4 years in college! Look! I've studied theory and I can
I
do
feel like
things!
we've heard
Look at the
more good
dexterity in my
progressive
fingers!
than pretentious progressive. I think we've heard a lot more good stuff than we have pretentious, but whatever.
Please. There's a certain progressive band that she's in love with. Literally, they gave us 30 seconds of dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. It was 30 seconds of that nonsense, dear listener.
Oh my word.
Now you might be asking, well, how did he variegate it? Nice try, dear listener. There was no variegation.
It wasn't supposed to be. It was the end of the song. And it was about people dying.
No, it was not about people dying. It was about hounds. It was about hounds chasing him. You could hear the hounds chasing him.
Yeah, and I think he died at the end.
And so it was dum-dum.
And then, you heard the beating of his heart as it slowly faded out.
Trash.
Say what you want.
They should have killed the song.
Believe what you want.
They should have killed the song instead of killing that poor character in the song.
So this guy finds himself he's in the underworld, and he's like, "How did I get here?" Is basically what's happening, right?
Yeah, because he woke up in the underworld and he's like, "Yo, what did I do? I was misled.
Yeah.
When did I come to live in the world of the dead?"
Thank you, Ben. And then he says, "What did I do? I was misled. When did I come to the world? Right, I was misled. You better hurry. The overture has now been played. Run, presto. Too much allegro. Just follow the rest of my
Hey, Ben Webb is here.
Hello. Wait, looking bad or about it being unfortunate that Ben survived the show. Wow, Ben, what the fuck, dude? Unbelievable.
It's okay, Ben.
Oh my god. But you know what? That's probably his way of saying, "I'm so fucking glad you're safe, man." But he can't say it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah, that's his way of acknowledging.
Where's Ben? Does he hope he's okay?
Yeah, that's
and
when he's
like,
crying in his soup.
Yeah, too bad you're alive. Yeah, we figured you out, Ben.
Yeah, you missed your boy. He's worried about it.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So this guy finds himself in this situation. You know, in the choir part, when it was said follow the brigade and stuff?
Yeah.
You remember on Lord of the Rings when there was it was that crossover point where somebody had to decide to give up living for eternity or something like that, I think. Anyway, you saw all of the elves going, and there was a big long line of them, and they were singing as they were going.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that scene through the woods. Yeah. It reminded me of that when we got to that part of the song.
They were on their way to the undying lands.
Yeah, exactly, yes. But where it said, just follow the rest of my brigade, and a choir of 1,000 voices, 1,000 spirits with no choices. They've lost their shape. I need to
That's such a brilliant line.
Which part? It sucked me friggin' in. I'm just gonna move this over here because I want to sit by you.
He talks about the voices with no choices.
Yeah.
Because they've confirmed themselves in whatever state that they adopted.
Yep.
So they no longer have any choices. It's very
Catholic. Wait, that's how you took it?
Yeah, it seems like a very Catholic understanding of the afterlife. You the people in that realm no longer have autonomy anymore. They progressively, you lose your shape is a pretty crazy thing to think about, because he obviously in the song it's a bad thing to lose your shape, but it's you're saying what we're saying as Christians, God doesn't have a form, so God is formless. So it's losing your shape to people in a physicalized world. It sounds like something that's a nightmare, because shapes are the way that we interface with other people, and the physical universe around us is really
and a lot of people
height, width, depth.
A lot of people confuse themselves or their identity by their appearance or what they look like their physical form. So I think that's also another thing, when you can you see what I'm saying?
Kind of, yeah.
Well, when you have you're talking about the physical form. Anyway, go ahead. Just go ahead.
No, go ahead. To develop the thought.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that like I can right now. I was thinking like because you had just gotten done talking. Whenever like okay, forget about it. Can you just move forward? I'll explain this to you later. What this like little moment was.
Okay. I'm sure it has something to do with.
I'm sure you'll be wrong.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, for me. That's like one of the scariest ideas to me.
Okay, I was saying people like see themselves in the mirror and they identify so much by their physical appearance that the idea of losing your shape and form might freak people out a lot too, because people find a lot of their value in what like the physical.
Well, I'm not even talking about the value aspect of it. I'm talking about the identity aspect of it.
Yeah, value is the wrong word. Identity was what I was initially talking about.
It's right to identify ourselves by our physical characteristics.
But that's not all of who you are.
No, that's not.
And I think a lot of people lose that.
Right, that's the thing.
That's what I was trying to communicate.
It is deeply important, like physically, especially being in this platform that we call the physical world.
Yeah.
Of course, if you're in a physical world, your physical shape and the unique way that you represent physicality is absolutely important. It's what determines who you think your kid is. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you're like, oh, I'm looking at my kid's show and I can identify by something. Ridiculous. Like, your kid's physical form is absolutely important. It's just not complete as to what you are as a human being.
Right.
And that's where metaphysics and philosophy, what people call religion, whatever that comes in, but it's like what is religion really? But the science of the fifth dimension, right? Like if you were to say we exist in 4 dimensions, length, height, width, and then you've got time, right? And that's why we call it space time, because space and time are not separate things or different sides of the same coin. Okay, fine. That's true. But then you say to yourself, you cannot understand this physical world without things like the laws of logic. Right? You talk about the scientific method. You don't know anything about this world other than without putting them through a filtration system you call your mind that you get from your perceptions. And then you organize these different categories based on logical premises that you assume to be true, that you have to assume to be true, otherwise you cannot reason.
Right.
And so like all these things in this realm are categorized in these neat little boxes because you're doing these computations like subliminally. You don't even understand that you're doing these computations. So my point is to say that you cannot understand the physical world without the metaphysical assumption of things like logic and math and things of that nature. Like we all assume the same things at a very deep level. It's massively astounding.
That's true.
When your boss tells you we're going to pay you X per hour, all of us have a conventional way of computing that and knowing how much your boss owes you. He cannot give you 25 cents and say, well, my version of math does this. So my only point is like we have to figure out the metaphysics, and however you get there to come up with things like justice, love, logic, math, reason, science, however you can justify those metaphysical realities dictating what you do in this physical platform. However you want to marry them, go for it. But you have to have some overarching philosophy that does that. Right? And so, Christianity.
We have a way.
To me, harmonizes all those ideas the best way possible. That's what it
Obviously, I believe that as well.
Huh?
I said, obviously, I believe that as well.
Yeah, I just think that puts all that together. But he's talking about people being formless, 1,000 spirits with no choices. Again, that's like...
Then he says, collect 10 souls, invigorate, collect 10 more.
Reanimate.
So he's collecting the souls so that he can, like, bring himself back.
Or the demon that deceived him is saying that that's why he did all this deception. Because remember, the guy wakes up and he's like, I was misled.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, the demon that deceived him is saying he's invigorated by collecting people, putting them in this horrible situation. And
when you say him, are you talking about the guy in the song?
Well, remember,
because
the guy
it's a
wakes,
woman that is coming to collect him.
The guy wakes up, right? He says, "Where am I now? I've disappeared. A red moon is rising. The fog is clear. What did I do? I was misled.
Yeah.
When did I come to the world of the dead?"
Who do you think he was misled? Who misled him?
I think there's a demon that misled him.
Yeah, and I think the demon is a woman.
And I think that the demon is a guy that's saying, "Here, you better hurry. The overture has been played. Run, run, presto, too much Allegro."
Okay.
Because he said that in a very deep, like, ominous voice. So I'm saying, like, that this is a demon saying, "Hey, I'm collecting 10 souls. It's invigorating." And then he says,
I thought it was this figure.
I'm collecting 10 more, so I'm reanimating. Like, this gives him life to steal these people's souls, basically, is the idea. Which, it's interesting because I'm listening to Joe Rogan and one of these UAP guys, and the UAP guy is saying that he's got several reports saying that these beings seem to want to be harvesting people's souls. He'd be like, why would they? And they're like, literally, they're having this conversation and they really don't know, like, why these beings could possibly want to harvest people's souls. I don't know. Like, it's so weird to me. I don't know. People's unbelief, like, really makes them, like, that blind to things that are so freaking obvious. But anyway.
You probably should explain it to the people.
I don't think I need to.
Not everybody's going to.
I don't need to explain. I mean, there's beings that are doing things that we cannot explain, that we can't differentiate from magic. And some of these beings are interested in taking our souls.
Have you heard that before?
That seems like a pretty basic thing to me. And then then they introduced this woman
still
who I thought was metaphorical of death. I didn't think
so did I.
Woman, yeah,
I thought it was metaphorical of death.
Yeah, it's this woman. She's a metaphor of death. There was a sort of dark mistress of many, beholden to none line in here. Right there.
I thought the same thing.
By the one whose name I vowed to never speak again, her treacherous lips has poisoned many men. Yeah, that's a good line. That's a good line. Not as good as the Lamb of God line. That was an all-time line. Yeah. I think that's actually the greatest line of all time in heavy metal. The dark mistress of many, beholden to none. My sweet demoness. Forget it. Beckons me ever again and again and again and again. That's the craziest line.
No.
Take me under your black wing, fucked up on the taste of self-destruction. Brilliant, 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 brilliant line. Best line of all time.
That really is,
Best line of all time.
Yep. I agree.
I've written some doozies.
Yeah.
But that's the greatest line of all time. Yeah, I really like this song sonically. They did a really, really, really good job. All three of the characters were pretty distinct. Now I'm very, very interested in, like, because I almost guarantee this was the final song on the record. So now I'm like, you know, I wonder what
would that entire journey have been?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. This is a 9.7 for me. I really enjoyed this song a bunch.
It's so weird. I was giving it a 9.7 as well.
9.7.
And I thought it was so original. I was like, I'm going with the 9.7. And then you come out with a 9.7. Okay.
What do you mean it's original?
Well, I noticed that I don't do 9.7 a lot. It's like 9.8, 9.9, 10, or 8.9. Or 3. Or then something crazy. I don't like I'm like, I need to get some more variation. So I'm like 9.7 on this one, on this bitch. And then you're like 9.7.
Waldo is saying, y'all still at it?
Yep. We're about to still be at it. We gotta go.
All right, guys. Much love to all you beautiful people. We're coming right back here in a couple hours on Saturday. Is it at 10 o'clock?
I believe it's 10.
10 o'clock, bitches.
If you want me to check, I can
be there, be square, 10 p.m. EST. We out of here. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone.